Well, howdy, folks. Welcome back to the Super Robot Wars Archives. My name is Austin, and I am so glad to see you all here. The table grows, and I am so glad for it. Welcome, all 52 of you. I'm so happy. Okay. We are getting back into GC today for what we've been calling the generics only run, but I'm kind of tempted. I've kind of been tempted to switch calling it to like the blue collar run to try and like better encapsulate what we're doing. But I think today's gonna be a pretty big brainstorming day. Oh, hold on a second. I need to finish setting up OBS. I haven't done this. I've only done this once so far. Yes. Okay. Cool. I have a little like widget in OBS that I get to use now because I changed how my logins work. Sorry. Okay. Yeah. I think today's gonna end up being a pretty big planning day if all goes according to plan. Ideally, it's going to be done with my live chat, but if you are watching a VOD and you would like to contribute to the planning, feel free to chime in. I'm trying to do this like somewhat in advance so that I have time to respond to any feedback I get. So if you're watching this and you have some thoughts on whatever we talk about, feel free to chime in. But that'll make more sense later. Okay, so where were we here? Kind of fitting that because I play so many different games, we'd have like the first like part of stream is the recap for the episodes. Okay, how do I? Oh, it's triggers, not bumpers. Right. Oh yeah. We just got the like large chunk of the rest of the mainline supers. Okay. No one's in this big rig yet. That's fine. If all goes well, we are going to have a pretty massive spike to our team at the very end of today. If it's not the very end of today, it'll be at the start of next stream. Okay. What's our part situation looking like? I feel like we've not updated these correctly. I feel like I'm also, if we had more time, or I feel like I was better organized, I am at the juncture where I would be removing and then like resetting parts on everybody. I think I'm a bit of a weirdo in this way where I like taking off and then re-adding on parts at a certain point. But I think I just get like so stuck on the formations that I already have that I don't reconsider that like some of the context has changed. So maybe some of the, playability should change too. We've got no one else to go in the Alones yet, but that will change shortly. Just surely someone can use this chop hem armor. Like at the very least, we could put this on the G fighter. Yeah. At the worst, we can do this. We have some more dust proofing, so we can probably also get we can definitely get some more of these units set up for ground combat. The problem is I just don't know if we're actually going to be on ground or not, and I kind of don't want to reset. Yeah, I think what I'm learning, or I've said this already, but I think what I'm learning is this is definitely a better being more familiar with what's happening in the games. Which is one of the things I want to try and plan, is that if we're going to do this again, like what's that going to look like? I guess we can take the repair kit off. Usually this thing is dying in a way that's like keeping it from healing. I think we give this the dust proofing because it doesn't have it only has an A on the ground. Where are you? You're here. Yeah. I think that seems better. These two don't need to have an A on the ground because that's pointless. You natively do, it looks like. It's a little disappointing how much the customization I wanted to do just isn't going to get to happen. Okay, so we can put this on the Dyne. We can put one on the Dyne too. But like this part where we're like knowing what parts I want to put places feels like it would engender better conversation. Okay, so what do we have? We have a thruster module. What does that do in this game? Oh, this is just an essence space. Okay. Yeah. I was mistaking that for what was I mistaking that for? I was thinking he was giving plus, like, I think it was giving like plus move and like plus hit or something, but I don't think that's actually even a real part. So you can also drop your thruster module. Glad we looked. It doesn't really use its energy though, so that's not getting replaced there. I guess we will. I guess we'll give it a cartridge. I kind of dislike that I can't jump to attacks from that screen. Yeah, it feels like there's always something in these games that's like not the usability is not wholly there. But yeah, we want a cartridge because they're only ammo based. Okay. I'm pretty sure we're on the ground now. I could be wrong. Let's see. Do I have a vague sense from... We just finished 5. We were on the Earth there. We're going to do the Trembling Planet's Ocean. Okay, you know what? Hold on. We will jump into the mission, and I will just see. We will reset. It's fine. It's more interesting that way. And I've got a save state right there, so. Because really, we're like outfitting things with stats they might not need, and that's dumb. I wish there was a better way to skip this too. Yeah. So one of the things I want to plan out is like we've talked a lot in the abstract about like quote what qualifies for this run. Glad I checked. We are in space. Okay. Load state. We want to go here. We've talked a lot in the abstract about what should qualify, and I would like to maybe codify it a little bit more, get a like spreadsheet going for it. Okay. Actually, we'll pause that thought. But see, like, I do that all of the time, and I would like to get things like set in stone so that my inability to keep track of my thoughts does not inhibit us from actually having a conversation about it. Hold on a second. Okay, so we don't do switch over to dust proofing. But is there anyone who, let's see if there's anyone who we're using that like deeply relies on energy. We drop our level over here? Okay, good. They do not. You're not in. You're not in. You're still not in. The big rows kind of do, but I much prefer them to be tankier. And the Atlas is, yeah, the Atlas is better served with its defensive parts. I think the gun is set up fine right now. Yeah, maybe the bat shoe. Yeah, let's look at the bat shoe's attacks. Where are you? Oh yeah, because it's still not sorted that way. Here's where it would be nice if the sorting like stayed between menus. Okay. Yeah, we have 3 different energy-based attacks. So, what are you wearing right now? You have 2 magnetic coatings, which should just be +5, and oh, and the multi-sensor. What does multi-sensor do for this game? No. Oh, right. There's 2 menus. That always buggers me up. Okay. +20 to hit. So these are both kind of being covered by focus. Let's see, the best pilot for the bat show? Definitely can't be Daba. Yeah, so it's either Lassie or Cal right now. And this is maybe a little bit of fussing that isn't going to matter because we're going to get we're going to get a couple more okay pilots soon. So it's maybe we might be doing this in a minute anyway. You have you do you do have a focus. You do have a focus. And where is Kiao? You also have a focus, and you got 167 to hit and 143 to dodge. And you've got 174, 154. Okay, it was 20 apart from each other. 174, 154. And she's up 2 levels. So, yeah, I do think she is better than Kiao as far as hit goes. Okay. So let's at least drop the multi-sensor and switch that into energy. And we can also, we'll cut all magnetic coding into extra energy too, and see if that's fine. So we're only going down by 5 mobility, which I don't think should change things too dramatically. But... Hi, welcome. I see someone has joined me. Thank you for selecting my stream today. I appreciate you being here. What else we got? I guess we do have that multi-sensor to pull on somebody else now. I think we were out apart on one of the... Oh, no, actually, on a Gundam, of all things. You're definitely getting that. That will probably get a lot of good use out of one of the, like, the far-range Gundams. And take a magnetic coating, too. Perfect. Okay, that seems like a positive change. And then we want to look at skill parts to make sure we don't have anything sitting in here still. You definitely get fewer of these. Okay, yeah, just want to make sure. And then we save again. And save. We'll save here. And we rock. Howdy, Yankee. I still find it weird that Kiao is missing from some playable casts, but IRC, he does fit the mechanic role. Yeah, I'm very curious to explore how the L-game pilots work. I have only used them in here and in Y. And Kiao was not Kiao was not playable in Y. Kiao was an assist. But it feels like he shows up in the story enough. It seems weird that he wouldn't be around. And it's not like we haven't had like characters who've done some amount of mechanics be in like support units, I guess. As much as I think the implementation of the assists in Y was like really overtuned, I do like that space as a way to get like quote playable versions of characters that wouldn't otherwise like be in a robot. But like, you know, you still want to feel like you can like bring them with to a fight. This is the Bexinger, this is the Sasoriger, that's Dioja, Daltanius is good, Big Rose are good, Batshu. We have 7 more deploys. Okay, I think we're probably fine. That's the L game alone. Gundam, Alex. Okay, so this is good, I guess. We are short 2 deploys, and we're gonna get a lot more. We're gonna get a lot more stuff to deploy in the like future, in like a chapter or 2. Kiao wasn't playable despite his VA being in Super Wars already. Same VA as Yazan and Chibity. That's also what a fascinating combination of characters. Because if you asked me, if you told me to pick Gundam characters, Yazan and Chibity being voiced by the same person is not what I would have guessed. I'm like weirdly inconsistent with VAs. I feel like a lot of people know their favorite VAs really well. There's a couple of people whose voices I can pick out really distinctly, and then there's just a ton of times where I have absolutely no idea who or what, who's doing what. I am bad at being a weeb though. Where I know like voice actors and like I don't want to use the word treatment as if it's like preferential, but there's a lot more ceremony around voice actors in like Japanese production than there is in American production. It's why you see a lot of characters unvoiced, that if like someone retires or someone dies, then there's like an honorary amount of time where those characters won't get voiced, and then when they get like translated over to the States, they just won't like cast a voice actor then too. Seeing as this channel is like very lightly also a Kingdom Hearts channel, it's what happened with Phil in Kingdom Hearts 3. Okay, this seems probably fine right now. I'm kind of thinking we can like spread out across like this terrain and this terrain cluster, or if we can push forward a little bit more, we can take this group too. Our group's big enough now, there's not like a really good like setting for all of them. Our only objective is to take out this battleship, which we could maybe do ahead of schedule, but odds are we're probably going to end up killing everything. I don't recall this mission being particularly long. I think we can probably cleave through a lot of missions today. Especially if I'm like particularly if I'm not particularly invested in doing some of the side missions that are just like kind of fluff. We'll definitely have some of the side missions that are like actually meaningful later, but today is not maybe that day. Okay, let's see how combat works here. Okay, not the best, not the worst. We can still enter combat, though. Running through this field is also stopping us from, like, getting adjacent. We should have been back here with Michael. Because then we could have gotten the extra support damage. He's also Beck from Big O. What what a great range. And like I see it. I get like all of these make sense afterwards. I could see how you'd get there, but they're not necessarily characters I would have immediately put together. But I guess as far as voice acting goes, a lot of protagonist or protagonist adjacent characters do end up having a lot of very similar sound. He's also Tap. Wait, hold on. Hold on. I should know who this is. This name is familiar to me. Like, the first one that comes up is Pokemon. That's not. Yeah. Like, hold on. He's literally here. This guy Tap. Tapu. It was right in front of my face. I just couldn't think of that. Okay. I think we can. Speaking of, I think we can. Yeah. I got there. I'm just slow. We're gearing up. I have been up for, well, maybe an hour. I try to wake up a little earlier and like set myself up better for stream so that I'm not like an absolute ditz the entire time. It just never happens. I hate going to sleep, but I also hate waking up. I don't think we're actually going to get any other combat in here. Yeah, that's a shame. Because this surely won't kill, and I don't think spending a Valor now makes sense. So I guess let's just fire here, and then we can heal with the G fighters if we needed to. Yeah, the Daltanius still isn't, or the Atlas isn't going to get close enough. Okay, we could attack here. Like, that's not bad. I think we're probably only attacking with one of the two G fighters, and then we can use the other one to heal it. Or I would like to try and keep it safe, but I used to not like going to sleep, but then I got a new mattress and sleep is more appealing. That's fair. That does help a lot. Yeah, no, I love my bed. It's so comfy, but my brain just is unsatisfied with how much we got done today. There's still so many more things I want to do. Which is not to say that I don't do a lot, though. I do also just get a lot done in my days, but... It's like how I'm told sports people enter the zone. It's like a brain version of that. Like, as soon as I gear up, be it for like actual work or for like my own like mental academic work, I just like the gears keep going, the train keeps rolling. I think I learned this through doing like college and being a teacher, that it was just like easier to stay on the same like train of thought brain wise. Okay, can we? Oh, that's definitely dead. I think we can probably kill most of these this turn. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna try and do it in a way that pushes forward the most to get access to the battleships for future. I think we're also gonna end up being kinda sloppy. I could think a lot about this scenario, or I could just not, because it probably isn't going to actually matter. That said, I should be scanning with Cal to actually get his spirits set. We've got to be close. We've done this a couple of times, though I feel like I always remember to do it like too late into the mission, so it's actually only like 5 or 6 instances. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we can give this to Cal. I guess also, what level are these? They're 29. Okay, so we can cheer him. Who has cheers right now? Just this man whose name I don't know, and the Gunpa. Okay. I guess we should theoretically be also using fortunes more. So maybe we do just maybe we give this one to tap instead. Yeah, let's give this one to tap instead. It's a little bit of extra cash. And then I guess we hand over some cheers. I think we still Cal is on the lower side of our team as far as like levels go. It's wild to me that Karen is also, considering how much work she puts in. You have support attacks still, so let's grab them. Like here. I guess we'll grab it. No, we will intentionally grab it from the Dine. I think that will still be fine. We can focus. We're going to focus for safety's sake in case we don't kill everything, but we will also persist because that will actually keep us safe. And here. No. Oh, yeah. We're fine. Okay, cool. I think I will give it until 5, so another half hour, and then we will start doing the planning that I mentioned. Just give time for anyone who wants to roll in live to get in here. So I think Yankee and we can handle it on our own if no one else shows up. Yeah, the gunboat will finish this up fine. Shame you can't reposition off of a support attack. That would be, if you could hit in a way off of a support attack, that would be sick. I guess the gym sniper is probably going to not get a lot of use this mission if we're going to keep moving. Like, it's just never going to have time to actually do anything. You can get through the debris field, so we'll move the big rows, or we'll at least move Kai first. We can start chipping here. Okay, but here's the trouble. This one's on terrain. It has spare parts and a cartridge. And if we move there, it's gonna stay there probably. So let's fight. Yeah, we'll fight this one instead. We could move one further back. Does that do anything if we're here instead? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, it does. We're still within range of this battleship, so it won't move. So, in fact, we want to be here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, because we're still 1 out of range. Perfect. That's enough hit to warrant. Well, a flash will do the same thing. And it's cheaper. How's your day going, Yankee? I hope you're having a good day. Didn't you head out? Didn't you leave early yesterday to finish some homework? Was homework successful, or did I distract you too much and now your grades are you're doing worse in school? Hopefully not. Perfect. Yeah, I wanted to make sure we could get to that tile. What game is that we're playing? Is it W? There's some game that we're playing on the channel right now where it shows you whether you can land on that tile or not, whether there's someone on there or not. Oh, there we go. Okay, so there's a little bit more. I can't imagine we're gonna get much more than this though. It was fine. Okay, we accept fine. Oh yeah, I guess, yeah, today is Monday, so today is like the beginning of the school week. Because my schedule is so unbound, I have no idea when anything is anymore. I know what days I need to stream, because it's just like today, like, I stream today, and then I don't stream tomorrow, but I couldn't tell you what day that is. I want to ask, but I want to ask because I used to be a teacher and I just like education, but I also know that I'm not supposed to, just for like, being privacy and invasive, but also like, there are potential ways in which school would potentially disqualify you from being supposed to be to chat and YouTube. We don't need to deal with that. I feel like it's maybe more of a Twitch thing though. It's computer stuff. Computer stuff's fun. Man, I'm so old that I remember when computer class was not something that existed yet. It's like, it's so strange. While I was a teacher, it was like very surreal watching computer be a skill that was just even acknowledged as a skill, or like that was something that was taught. I'm sure it is still like a common refrain that a lot of like digital assistants that we have, just you won't have access to in the real world. But a phrase I would regularly hear that I'm sure no one can possibly say anymore is, well, you need to learn how to do the math. It's not like you're going to have a calculator with you at all times. Like, that's so funny now. That's so funny now. But like, even in translation, like I did a lot of language work, and the amount of like early language class that's like, they're not going to have a dictionary with you at all times. Like, if you don't, you're doing your job badly. You absolutely should have a dictionary with you whenever you're doing translation. Yep. Okay. I'm getting some of it, others not so much. Networking is a pain, memorizing ports and such. Yeah, that's fair. Like, there's definitely a big learning hump to memorizing a lot of like really specific technical terminology. Especially if your brain is just like, if your brain's not wired for it to be specifically codex dependent on computers, yeah, I can imagine why that would be a struggle. I'm sure you'll get it. I mean, like, if you like these games, these are complicated enough that I'm sure you'll be fine. But the hump getting over it at first is like definitely difficult. I think like, especially for memorizing things for like intense codex dependency. So if you need to like basically learn a whole new language of like jargon to be able to like match your job, or field or interest or whatever. So much of that learning is like upfront, where if you're not like actively using it, like, why is that information going to stick? I apologize. I wish I had better advice for you on like how to get that stuff memorized. But like, for me, if I've ever worked on that kind of thing, I did have the luxury of just being able to look it up. But like, if you're doing stuff for school, then I'm sure they're going to be like, no. You need to be able to like rattle that off the dome. We can't quite get far enough. Here's definitely a priority for this in the future, is like getting pilots that can excel, that have excel, because gracious, do we just like not get to targets ever? We could put the Gunpa over here. It usually does a hefty amount of damage. Because it's a super, he doesn't have focus, which is a bit of a shame. These will probably be fine next turn. This battleship's definitely dead next turn to the Big Rose squad. Not having more large units also is like making fighting these battleships difficult. So I guess we just like, I guess we are just gonna like kind of split off halfway one way, halfway the other for these. What are you? Kudao Crow Winka? That is that really? Crow Wanka. That's worse. Oh, you know, hold on. We also have Kiao spirits to cast. Never mind, we're done. Okay. Does anybody else have a scan? No, everyone else that has a scan is already down to the cost reduction. Okay. Yeah, so what if we just like split halfway? Which one did we scan? We scanned something. Hold on, we're just gonna scan another one because it's free now. That wasn't that. Okay. Their post movement is 1 to 3. So if we are here, they can go 1, 2, 3. Okay, so the diagonal of the G fighter is where this group is going to come in. So definitely we're going to put Atlas on there. Let's get the Gundle like actually in range to be able to counterattack all these battleships. Like that will definitely like actually make progress. Right, they have 8 range. We established that already. What's the Gundle's max range? 7. I see. So if we're here, one above this star, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hold on, was that? I don't think that was the best count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And if it's here, it should be equidistant for the other one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. When you don't have an Excel too, that's a. Oh no, you do. Agent Excel costs more in this game. Okay. So then we can go here, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Like this tile gets us in range of all 3 of the battleships. Oh, this is post-movement for whatever reason. Sure. Oh, but these are... And, I think I actually probably prefer these beam cannons, right? This is 80 power. This is 30 power. So it's a... it's 1/4 less damage, but for more than half off the cost. So this is like more efficient over turns, and we're going to be here for some minutes. Oh, I cast the wrong spirit. I mean, I did cast the spirit. I thought I was. This is... I was casting charge. I thought I cast wall. Whoops. Okay, that's fine. We'll be fine. Let's give him... We'll give him one more trust. And then that should be fine. And then we... Oh, right, yeah, I wanted to get him out of the way so we could, like... I wanted to decide whether he was going to be one of the defensive barriers for the Kalwankas. But it's better for him to, like, actually participate in the, like, combat with the battleships we need to, like, actually kill. They have post-movement of 3, so here, 1, 2, 3. So right before the bat shoe. Which is fine. We don't actually need to... We don't... I guess, I suppose we could have them... We could have somebody for them to, like, attack, and then we could counter. So let's... We'll do this. That seems fine. Yeah. Bring Sayla here. And then that's like roughly equivalent, and I think we should be okay. Who is hurt? Okay, just the bat shoe. The gunpow's super mobile, so we can pull it out here. That's fine. Okay. I was so excited to be able to mark terrain in Y, and it just, like, seldom mattered. I really wish we could mark terrain in, like, these games. You need to just take the damage yourself, Atlas. I found the Gandor weird to use. It's just too squishy that I had to keep watching over it. To be fair, I also didn't upgrade my ships. I also usually don't upgrade my ships. It's interesting you say so, because okay, so here, let's look. If you remember this game enough, let's debate some. I recall when playing that the Gandor, I felt like the Gandor ended up being better than the Gundam battleships. I could be misremembering that, but maybe what I'm remembering is not tankiness, but damage. But do you have a distinct memory of which battleship you preferred more, in the context of having not upgraded either of them? Because for, like, our purposes, when we at some point we'll be allowed to choose battleships, and I would like to choose to keep the spirit of the blue collar challenge alive, whichever one I think is worse. Yes. Oh, I guess we also took a lot of extra damage before because it was a boss. Oh, but I didn't look what attack we were using, so we still ended up using the 80 cost one. That was dumb of me. Okay, well, there are all my schemes foiled. Okay, so this is probably close to lethal. If not, we can still use one big row to finish it. Yeah. Golly, that was such a waste. So we could go here, and then we have the 16 millimeter cannons in range. Will that do 700 damage? Let's guesstimate. This is 2600 power. We have a combined to 307. Divided by 200 is 153-ish. So we'll just say like 1.5 times damage. So this is gonna be 3900 power, roughly. Assuming that these are still like normal damage calculations, this is an A in space. You have 1400 armor. You have an S in space. We got to add 10% to whatever this is. No skills. So this is 260, 272. So 35, 36, 136. So we do what? 140, 280, 420. Plus, so for 490, so 1,890, then multiply that by like 10%, I'm gonna guess. So like add another 190 onto that, so 2,000. That's still hitting about like 2k damage, I think. So let's go here. Yeah, I'd rather finish it off with the Gandor if we can help it to save the better actions from from the big rows. Sick. And it looks like that equation was like roughly accurate, that we are using like the normal damage formulas. The Gandor isn't very much the damage ship because of its combo with Damkugar. White base though has guard, so it can stand being walled by enemies, especially late game enemies who love targeting it. Who love targeting the ship while out of range. Yeah, maybe that is what I'm thinking of, that I'm like remembering a lot of extra damage. But like for our purposes though, that functionality just isn't going to exist if we're not going to use the Damkugar. So like my assessment of it being damage based is like maybe misrepresentative, seeing as the thing that's giving us the thing I'm thinking of that's giving us damage isn't actually going to happen. We can just have Karen attack there. Whatever it's going to be, let's give her XP. Can she do 35? She can surely kill here, but I think that's better saved elsewhere. So this is 3,500 HP, 1260 armor, A in space. This is 230, 40, 242, so 121. So we'll just take this twice. That's 240, 252. Is 1,400, 1,500 armor, let's say. So if we're doing 1,500 armor plus, so we need to be doing like over 5,000 damage with this attack. This is 2,700. This is 2,700 plus, and it's 322. So 160-ish. 2,700 times 1.6 is I probably could do that in my head fast, but let's just do this way. 2,700 times 1.6 is 4,320. Okay, that will not be enough. But would 3,200 be enough? Yes, the 180 milliliter cannon might be just enough to land this kill. So let's try. We will try that in a second. We have a number of support attacks left we could use. We probably won't, though, because we can attack in the middle here. That's better. Yeah, okay. Okay, let's try it. Oh, but we were also critting. I forgot that her skill's high enough that we're critting almost all of our attacks, though. That's fine. I also don't know what crit damage is supposed to be. That was like 4,200. So this was minus 15 times 1.25. Yeah, okay. So crits are probably a quarter more damage. I feel like I need to check now when we saw that alphas were half more. I'm just like I don't know anything anymore. I don't know how to trust anything. That's probably not lethal on its own. So we can give light this kill. Okay, what if we also bring tap over? Like, tap kills here with a support attack, and then light kills up here. Because we have what? We've got one. Actually, yeah, because most of these are unhurt. We're probably not going to score a lot of kills over here. I'd rather take some more stuff off the board. I think that's probably fine. Yeah. And then, oh, he's probably going to get hit from that, though. You've got no good way of, like, keeping yourself safe. I guess we'll just funds it. So maybe we don't do that. Maybe he does just take one of these easy kills. I think let's do that instead. Yeah, we'll take these 2 easy kills. Save ourselves some combat. And then we'll save the G-Fighters for later to, like, see who needs anything. This should go to Kiao, if at all possible, seeing as he's still 27. Oh, we already have a Persistent. Okay, great. But plus the Baldios should be lethal. Yeah. Okay, yeah, so what do we think? Are we voting on the Gundul being the better battleship then, such that we shouldn't be using it in the future if we can? Yeah, I guess, like, what are we prioritizing as better? We didn't get a choice here. Like, we had to deploy the Gundul, so the question doesn't matter as much now, but for future. The Batshu is definitely putting in a lot of work. If we can get some more of these, we probably should. Yeah, because it turns out we actually might just be able to take out most of this side, too. It did about 4K, so that's not very good. I always prioritize defense for ships. Okay, so we should be using the Gundul then. You think we should be using the Gundul then to make it harder for ourselves? That, like, the Gundul would be the worst choice? I guess that is true. When you, like, if we put it that way, the ship is the game over condition. So what makes it more likely for us to game over? And being less defensive makes that more likely. Odds are we're going to end up spending more repair kits. Okay, I accept. Yeah, and like when we have both of them back in our stock, we can compare them to make sure that is the case. That we're not just like selection biasing, remembering them like inappropriately. But I accept this premise. Because this game especially does love to game over you on battleships. We could either just heal the Atlas. We could either just heal the Atlas, or we could finish this Kyoanka off. I think the Atlas is probably fine. I think I'd rather just... We're going to do some proactive healing, which is to say stop them from taking damage in the first place. Okay. Sick. Yeah, and you just target supers anyway, so we are safe here. I watched someone playing Expert Y lose a map 2 hours in because the ship got mapped like 3 times. Yeah, heck, can tell me about it. That I definitely lost to that a couple of times at the beginning of the game when I was like underestimating how rough some of those how like unkind some of those game over conditions were early on. Yeah, I think like I don't expect you to go back and watch any of my streams, but if you do want to, I think like probably middle single digits we had a number of game overs where I just like did not realize exactly how in combo range I was, and we'd been going for like 2.5 we'd been going for like 2.5 hours, and then like just suddenly out of nowhere we died, so I just like had to play them off screen. Like I just redid it off screen and then got back to that point for stream the next day. The difficulty of Y is so strange. The difficulty of Y is like really all over the place. I don't remember if we've talked about Y yet or not, that you and I, because I think, yeah, you came in here on a GC day before. Generally speaking, what are your thoughts on Y? Because I do have a lot of opinions about it, but I also know I'm coming from a like very, very particular place. And I guess also, if you have played it, the difficulty you've played it on would be helpful. Apologies if you've told me all this information already and I have just forgotten. It is not not an indictment of you, just my inability to remember details. Probably on account of the fact that I don't sleep. Oh, you still have the persist up. Is there? Oh, there. Okay, I see. I gotta remember where the like queue for queued spirits is in these games. Yeah. Okay, so the Bat Shoe has some reasonable attacks, but they're all against like parts of a battleship. We're probably going to need to do that on somebody, so I guess we may as well get started. And I'll just try to remember that this is the battleship we're like taking pieces off of. Like that said, I would rather take out the grunts first, like take out these generics first. Okay, this is probably dead from the Atlas if we want it. I guess we could give it to Tap first. And like... Oh, the Atlas still doesn't have supports though. Okay, this is fine then. Yeah. Then we can bring Tap down here for like this kill. How in range are any of these? Yeah, okay. So we can have Sayla pull Karen into taking out a part on this battleship, spending its spare parts next turn. And then Karen can attack one of these, have the Gunpa finish it off, and then let like Tap and Light secure whatever of these is safe. Yeah, that seems fine. Yes, all of those are good. Y is 2 steps forward, 1 step back. I think it's a good way of describing it. I played hard because I never do expert first playthrough. Its difficulty is fine, but I find the player side doesn't give enough tools to deal with the... Okay, this is fascinating. You feel like the player side doesn't give you enough tools. Many enemies with those barriers, the maps are almost worthless, even maxed weapons. Well, like I said, I don't expect you to watch my streams, but I do invite you to go watch some of them. I feel like the tools the player has are like way too good. I was playing on expert. I wish I felt like the game was as hard as it sounds like you were feeling it was. I mean, like, no criticism. Like, if you found the game hard, you found the game hard. But even if you don't want to ruin your experience like I do, by using like Unity loops, I feel like if you just invest really deeply into like 2 or 3 characters, you're probably set by like chapter 3 is I think where we largely figured it out. There are a lot of barriers. It's not hard. The barriers are oh yeah, that is true. Like absolutely definitely there is like one singular way that the game wants to interact with you. And it's like maybe boring is like too penalizing a word, but yeah, it is very one note. But I don't think I at least as far as on stream goes, I was never thinking about what the barriers were past like chapter 3. Like, I wish the Aura Battlers had After Image. I wish the Aura Battlers had like anything to differentiate them in combat. I feel like they wanted them to be these like really high damage, high value characters, like one after investment because of Aura Power. But their damage just does not scale up compared to what you can just like put on characters. So giving them something like After Image would have, it feels like that would have been very much needed to like actually give them a kind of niche. Who'd you use a lot of? Because maybe this is also just down to the fact that like on stream I ended up using a lot of characters who like natively had a lot of barrier buster on their actions. So I just like then inherently that I didn't need to think about it. I end up noticing. I guess we can repair kit again. We have so many of these. We may as well spend them. But yeah, like I also feel like as far as the Aura the Aura Battlers go, I really only ended up liking Show. The others just did not feel worth it. Marvell had no way of like consistently dodging things, and Shion just took so long to get his Aura Power, and you need Aura Power. Was it Aura Power? Yeah, I'm sure it was Aura Power. It takes so long for him to get whatever that question mark skill is. And that like triggers half of the effects of all of the the units he can use. It was just like not overwhelmingly not worth it. I guess we should probably be pulling the Baldios' attacks. I'm like undervaluing its damage, but it does pack an absolute like punch, like an absolute wallop because of it being upgraded. Yeah. Yeah, that sets it up for one of our weaker characters. You are with... Okay, so if we can take out all the parts of this battleship this turn, we can have the Gundul capture it next turn. I guess we could have the big row team start in on the, like, objective battleship. Yeah, let's do that. We can, like, I think this will probably end up being roughly the same damage in the long run, right? Like, we're cutting better attacks for supports. That's fine. I'm almost positive there's something off with the calculations at endgame. My Aura Battler, who has plus 10 levels over the mooks, and he's still getting 90% accuracy hit by enemies, but can't hit that big. Yeah, we did spend some time looking at damage calcs at the end of the game. The very last stream I did of why I called it the nuts and bolts episode. We did look at some, like, damage formulas. As far as accuracy goes, I can say with, like, most confidence that your, like, sight and mobility do give you, like, 1 point of hit and evade each time. And I don't think your stats scale up enough that the game feels like it almost demands that you turn on spirits basically to hit and dodge things at the end of the game, which I don't know if is good. They were getting like 40 hit. Yeah. Were you buying a lot of mobility, like, up, or yeah, I guess evade stats on characters? Because as soon as we started buying stats on characters, the ability to not get hit was definitely much higher. But, like, we had Hayate, the main character from Macross. He was like 20 levels, like 20, 30 levels higher than some enemies because I gave him so many levels somewhat accidentally from the relic missions, and he was still looking at like 90% to get hit. Yeah, where I feel like you're, like, expected to either always have a flash on or just one-shot them so that you never have to, like, actually see that hit rate. But because the Y has, like, so many different instances of multiplicative scaling, having the extra damage off of Aura Battler just, like, did not feel worth it to me because it was only scaling, it was, like, scaling so linearly. But I would not be, again, if you want to check out the Nuts and Bolts stream, I do demonstrate just a lot of, like, stupidly buggy things that's going on in that game. So it would not surprise me if there was, like, something that was being calced wrong. There is an instance with a part, the whatever the name of the SP resupplying part is, that is supposed to give you an amount, but it gives you double that amount, and it, like, keeps scaling up the more of them you have equipped. But importantly though, it checks the number twice. So I would not be surprised, specifically the number's 40. I would not be surprised if somewhere in the game engine the number 40 got, like, copy and pasted weirdly. Or sorry, the number 20 got copy and pasted weirdly into the number 40. Such that, like, numbers aren't actually doing what they look like they are doing. You did buy many skills. There's also the weird Hayate mechanic of getting better with more Valkyrie SS members. He just of them. As long as you have one of them on, he gets better. It doesn't actually matter which one it is. Right? Or does he need Freya? But it doesn't keep scaling up. I do think if you're playing the game without buying a lot of skills, it does not surprise me to hear that you were having a rough time, because I do think the game really expects that you're going to. I don't think that means you have to. Like, I'm not telling you that you should have buy it. Like, numbers wise, I do think the game expects you to be playing like that. The S of SRW stands for skill and not super. It was definitely a. I had never like played to completion a game that had a shop where you could just like buy and like basically change all of your characters to whatever you wanted them to be before. So it definitely took some getting used to. But I think if you play it like this game where you just use whatever comes on the unit by default, the game is going to kind of hand you your cheeks. Though that might be a fun challenge to do. 1, 2, 3. We can get close enough. Yeah, I think you ended up playing kind of like a soft challenge run if you didn't buy a lot of skills, whether you meant to or not. Okay. I'm sure there's probably a better way to do this, and I'm also sure that I don't know what it is right now. I said this was going to be fast, but we've been here for an hour already. Gracious. The only bug I exploited was the Macross bug. Well, aka giving Macross Gain and Blast every unit that uses the spirit afterwards. Yeah, okay, so we figured this out. This is I want to claim and put my stake on this in the internet. It's not just the Macross battleship. It is literally anything that has one of those tiles. So you know how you like use the in-menu effect that gives the rest of your team an effect. Anyone else that can do that, other than Suzukaze, because hers already exists, but like the Gran Garan with its 4 stat points, Lelouch, who can do this with his extra stats, who else did we figure out it was on? Even the woman from MJP who analyzes everything, it works on them also. You can do it on them also. You can do it on anyone that has one of the command prompts that's outside the normal command prompts that like puts a large like field of tiles on the battlefield. It's absolutely busted. You can do it on all of them. If you want to see the proof, it's again in the what I've called the nuts and bolts VOD of the nuts and bolts stream of why the VOD is up still for you. I guess we could try and just like kill this one. Maybe we might have enough damage to kill it. But because the game is super buggy, you might have to get bugs on your end to like get good benefit out of it. It might be that I would not be surprised to find that there were some bugs that were being exploited against you. You know. Darn. We're getting an amount of frame rate drop, which is standard for among changes that I had made. We're going to keep us consistent. That said, it's like getting back up here decently quickly. No, we did hit 0. I think it is just Mondays here. I wish I had like a way to convince my internet company that this was happening. Like anytime I talk to them, it's just like, no, that's on your end. But like, it's way too consistent for that to be the case. Right? This always happens about an hour into stream. Well, I guess we'll keep pushing. And we'll see. No, but YouTube is giving me no data, though. I feel like my switch of browser actually made a difference yesterday, so I don't think it's that. Like, it did help sometimes. I don't think switching back to Opera is going to make this better. If you can hear me and you are watching live, if I do go down, I will get back. I'll get back live right away. So don't go too far. Just go search for. Go reopen a new stream. But I will be back if we go down. We'll get 4 hours in. Well, it's like kind of being present. I wonder if they'll patch the bug in the upcoming DLC. I doubt they will. Given the like shaky nature of the game's development, I would not be surprised if it just stays in through the life cycle. There are also a number of just like heinously bad tile misprints, like the number of times where there's can't even heckin' type. Yes, the stopping and starting is absolutely on my end, not yours. I don't know if that'll get to you, but I guess we'll type it out too. Yeah. Okay, well. We're back in... Like, this is the thing that gets me. Like, I'm sitting here in green, and it's still saying that's not right. Well, it's fine. Okay. I need to, like... I need to yell at it more, and it'll sort itself out. Yeah, there are a number of like really poorly constructed tiles. Next, if you're playing Y and there is a pier on your map, go just like hover over the pier and you will see in a couple of missions that that there's just like water tiles in the middle of your pier. This happens a lot with forests too, that there are a lot of forest tiles that are not actually forests. Like, I know it's gonna happen. I know it's gonna happen around the outside of it where there's gonna be like small amounts of greenery, but I mean like go to the middle of some forests and some of those tiles just say plains instead. But we know that the translation team was like, hi, we know, we're sorry, we did the best we could with what we were handed. I can't imagine they have like a like QOL team working on this stuff. I suspect that probably most of the DLC was done already on the game's release based on how fast it got to come out now. And it was probably more like its release was probably more based around like licensing agreements than like testing for anything, unfortunately. If I were to guess. It was also the change to the new engine. I mean, yes, like part of this we can definitely ascribe to the new engine change, but we do know that there was some amount of handover in the middle of it that like did not help facilitate that being an easy pass over to a new engine. I do speak from like I speak from ignorance in that I've not made a game before, but like I speak from some familiarity about like listening to devs talk about games and game design and the like design process. The change of when you change engines like that, the sort of results that we were getting that like really look goofed up are a thing that you could catch really easily if you have someone who's dedicated looking for it. I understand why you mightn't. Like, I get why that is not just a time, but a resource-intensive ask of a team. But it's not like in the same way that there's like Skyrim bugs that like send dragons flying around backwards, or like a lot of the bugs from like recent Pokemon games that are like just getting used to being in 3D spaces. This is like someone just tried to type very quickly and like accidentally misnamed some things, or like copy and pasted stuff over. I think my like greatest evidence to that is also next time you're playing Y, go look at a space tile or just water tile. Not sea, not ocean, just water. But all the other tiles are fully named, but space tiles are just SPC and water tiles are WTR, because that is the name, like when you go into a unit map, when you go into a unit like stat screen, that's the name for their like the terrain heading. And probably what they just did was they just like opened up the script for the entire game, copy and pasted, or like control find space, control replace SPC. Change in engine they've been using since Alpha 1 is different, I feel, than the average engine change. That is fair. I mean, that is true. It is like definitely a much more dramatic change. But I put it to you then that because that change is so much more dramatic, that's like the kind of thing you have more preparation around too. Right? That's not like and again, like I'm not saying this faultingly. Like I'm not saying that we should like attack the game or any of the devs about it. I understand that like game dev is hard. I will like still work with the information that I have. And like it's some choices definitely got made, and those choices did not reflect the want to make the best product, but I think a product they just wanted to get out. Like Super Robot Wars is definitely not at the height of its not popularity. Like it is not a title that I think the studio cares about the same way like previous entries would have been a priority. Overall, my feelings about Y are positive. Yeah, right. Like I'm saying all of this also from having spent a lot of time talking about it, where like I genuinely enjoyed my time with Y. It's like by no stretch of the imagination the like worst game I've played. It's probably the worst Super Robot Wars game I've played, but like the worst of a franchise that I would say is like a thing I'm always actively going to choose to play is still very good. Like the worst of a bad lot is still a good lot. Relevancy? Yeah, I think it's a good phrase. Yeah, I will, if you'll permit me, I will steal that phrase. Yeah, the height of its relevancy. The fact that so many of the units, the fact that so many of the units use roughly the same game plan, the fact that all of the main character units are just so overwhelmingly good out of the box, comparatively, if you're like, again, if you're willing to use if you're willing to buy skills and like do the thing that this game wants to do, it feels, and a lot of the series that they picked feel like they're trying really hard to restart its relevancy by like using the now more internationally famous group of characters, seeing as it's like on Steam and it's like reaching an international audience. So I do think they recognize that its relevance in the like cultural zeitgeist is just not as present anymore, and they're like trying to restart that with some of their choices. Which is why I think there's a lot of stages in that game that just end up being like destroy the generics to like pad your stats, you know? because that requires a lower barrier to entry than, you know, doing what I was doing a minute ago, like trying to like figure out percentages for damage. But like still all of that, I like should bookend this because like I am on stream and like I need to recognize that my voice has meaning to people and that it's very easy to misunderstand if you don't have the whole of it. I do still think Y is like a good game. Is it the best Super Robot Wars game still? No, absolutely not. Is it a game that's worth your time? 100%. 100%. Do I want them to continue in that style of Super Robot Wars? Absolutely not. I want them to go back to a linear style that like requires us to make a lot of tough choices. Will I buy another Super Robot Wars game that looks like Y? Gladly. It's a very interesting mixed bag of things. I do recognize that like I also just come off as like intensely critical because I want to be analytical, and to be analytical is to sound very critical. But know that I do so out of like, I do love this franchise and I do love these games. I want them to be the best version of what they can be. So that does just end up sounding harsh sometimes. I apologize if the tone is misrepresentative. Who do we want to put extra hit on? Who are we spending a lot of hit on? I feel like hit's not our problem right now. We're usually landing kills. We need damage and we need dodge. I guess we should put it on a big row though, because we're generally sending them after bosses. And bosses are going to be the thing we have the hardest time actually hitting. And I think all of the parts we got were just like consumable parts. Yeah. We can restock the Grundle's repair kits though. Okay. Let's save that. Then I saw some comments pop up and I'll get back to those in a second. I'll probably end up saying this every stream, but just in case you are unfamiliar, if you're playing these games and you have the luxury of playing them on not their original hardware, pilots have a unique pool of skill aces rather than one single ace. This ace down here is for spirits. It triggers when a character has used 50 spirits, regardless of their cost. If you save, I mean, here actually, I'll show you. I've save stated, so we can show this off. Okay. We saw that Hayato. Here we saw that Hayato. Nope, that wasn't pilots. We saw that Hayato had this ace spirit. Yeah. We will save in slot 10. We'll see if it's a load or have to like boot down and then boot up the game. But I think it should just happen on loads. Okay. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna try. I'll just like close the software and like reopen it. This is worthwhile because I say it all the time, but there's no reason I can't just show it off, seeing as we did save. But you will lose that ace if you don't load the game from a save state. For whatever reason, it just got programmed badly. I still think the worst game is AP. I get people like difficulty, and I'm not against difficulty. My issue is how they changed a lot of the player side mechanics without changing enemy side as a remake of A. Well, that's really funny you say so, because on the channel right now we are playing W, and as soon as W is done, I'm going to be playing AP. I've even committed to, because I'm a lunatic, playing AP with no upgrades on my first playthrough of it. So I will gladly follow up on that feedback. I will gladly follow up on that thought in the coming months. I've not played Alpha, so I guess I don't know what the changes are going to look like. Oh, weird. He still has his. Okay, maybe I'm doing it wrong, but you do lose the ace spirit if you there's a way where if you reload you lose that ace spirit. So you should be going from save states if you can. To the point where I don't even trust this. I'm just gonna reload the save state we made before. But I will openly concede that I am a sucker for difficulty. Basically, if a game has a difficulty select, I don't even look. I just crank it up to the highest difficulty to start. There's a difference between A and alpha. Yeah. No. Yeah, I know. I'm playing alpha right now on the as my non-streamed video. But once I finish W as the like video I stream on or as the game I stream on Sundays and Thursdays, I'll be playing A. If I said alpha, I apologize, but no, I do know that there's a difference between them. Yeah, I mean, if you've not seen the backlog from me, I am like, I know way too much about R. And I have spent some time with D. So apologies if I said alpha, and I do know that they're different things. We might not even actually do this map if this ends up being exactly the same map. That's boring. This is just literally the same map. Okay, we're not going to do this. This is an extra map anyway. That's flaming boring. I don't need more stats. Okay, let's make sure again. I guess let's make sure. I should have done it before we reloaded. Do we get anything from this? No, we do not. Okay, then we're gonna go. This is Goose demo. Yeah, so after this map, we'll get a little bit, and then the next two maps after that, we're gonna get a pretty large jump into our group. But regardless of what I said before, yeah. So I guess I will re-say it now, making sure that I emphasize A and not alpha. I have not played the original version of A, so I don't know what A versus A portable. Like I don't know what the differences between those two are going to look like. So I guess I won't be able to necessarily comment immediately on the changes between the original game and the portable version, like what parts of the player mechanics they've like. I guess you just said change. You didn't say taken away. So I will be unable to comment on that. But I guess I'll have the fun of maybe we do A portable, and then we'll just play the regular A afterwards, and I can compare the other direction. Why are we dropping frames? I mean, at least it's for the part of it. At least it's for story. I guess we can do this again. Okay. Backsinger, Sesseriger, Big Road, Drow, Dioja, Daltanius, Ground Gundam, Dine, Sniper, Alon. Oh, okay. We actually don't get the whole team then. We're just missing a Ground Gundam. Yeah, we are one shy with how this deployment is working out. I think we care about light a little bit less. So let's take off the Drow. I'm just more incentivized to put into play the Gundam pilots and the L-game pilots because they generally have a better set of suits. Where we will get a really good upgrade to the Dragonar pilots later, but much later into the game. That banking on them now just is not worth it. They might be good then, but I think I'm happy to like soft use them We do have a lot of characters in here we can't use. We'll talk about this in a second. Anyway, I gotta go because I gotta make dinner. Might be back, but if not, have fun. Thank you. If you do come back, I appreciate it. If you don't, no hard feelings. I hope you enjoy your dinner. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you keeping me company in the meantime. It's been fun. Okay, yeah, so I don't believe we need to keep these green units alive. Green units being my term for like characters that are allies but are uncontrollable. Okay, so first, our objectives are I need to do this even though I know what they are. We need to destroy all enemies, and then our objectives are or our defeat conditions are lose a battleship. We lose Semuj, who is this new character in the red unit. Or Sieg or Sally are destroyed. Fortunately for us, well, okay, here, we can't use Sieg or Sally because they are kind of uniques. Technically speaking, Sally's unit is generic in this game, but it is close enough to a protagonist unit that we're not going to use it. And like Sally, in my mind, is still a protagonist sidekick. The units are just too good, so it defeats the purpose of the challenge. This unit is fully legal. This is a Deserd. This is a generic. I mean, we have tons of them on the map. Semuj is also legal. He's also only going to be around for this map, I believe. He definitely leaves after this one. I don't think we ever get him back. But we can slap this. We're going to get back after this, so we can put into this unit. So that works fine. Yeah, and then our objective is going to change once at the end of this. We just need to make it to a destination. We have an arrive objective. But we will probably end up doing that through the like cutscene, kill everything, get sent there. I guess, sorry, we never actually looked at what the Deserd is. It has a beam coat, which is not bad defensively. 1045 armor is pretty poor though, so the beam coat's only going to work so much. We have a default S on the ground, which is ideal. What else? We're post movement on everything. That's pretty good. But our damage stats are not that great. The Deserd is definitely like something that's going to fill in the gaps. It is better than an Elan, I would say. But not by a large shot. And I'm not going to bother talking about Semuj, seeing as we're not going to keep him long term. Okay. I guess we don't need to go that far out. I suspect we probably can't heal the Deserds, the allied ones, not the playable one. Another thing that I feel like we could probably pull over from other games, and I think this is part of still the same principle to me, that it's just like in my mind it's kind of map design, that like when we have this like pool of generics that are uncontrollable that are fighting on our behalf, in games like Fire Emblem, if you keep a certain number of them alive, you'd get rewards. It would be nice if it was like, well, there's 6 of them. If you keep like sets of 2, if you keep all 6 alive, if you keep 4 alive, if you keep 2 alive, then you'll get an extra. You'll get a better version of a part at the end of a mission. That like keeping 2 gives you a chop ham armor, keeping 4 gives you a hybrid armor, keeping 6 gives you like an alloy. Yeah, an alloy Z. It admittedly would be a tall task because of this positioning. Like, I think a little bit of the map design would need to change. Like, maybe they don't go on their first turn. Maybe you go first, and then they follow behind you. But oh, I forgot though. We are gonna lose Lassie at this mission. We'll get her back by it. That does cut some of our fighting force pretty poorly. I suspect we'll probably end up putting into the Batshu and then Kiao into this Desert. Is I suspect how it's going to go, but we shall see. I believe she's not gone for long, though. I was worried about the use of the big rows, but turns out we are just using them all the time. Maybe we should have put some resources into them too. That's fine. I figure we just commit a direction for this one, seeing as we're gonna have a leave objective, and I feel like at this point we have thoroughly demonstrated that we can kill things, that I'd rather just complete the maps. You know? I guess let's save tap in case we can get a... Is this worth it? That's only 1,300. We do actually have bosses now. That's 4,800. We might end up killing him. If we can give him Nay. Yeah, okay, we'll save the fortune if we can. We can just heal the Desert if this takes too much damage. Yeah. We're going to kind of end up babysitting Samuj anyway, seeing as he has a game over condition. But he is usable, so I don't want to, like, put him away. This is, like, I mean, I don't know if he shows up in other games, but this is, like, the only opportunity we're going to get to use him, so... I feel like in the spirit of the challenge, we're kind of supposed to. There we go, yeah, Tap can get this now. Fortunately, the Alans are pretty garbage, so when those come in, we can just, like, counter kill them if the other Deserts don't. Oh, we can heal these. Okay, nice. Then we may as well then. I'd rather keep more pieces on the board. And those are our two supers. Okay. I mean, these ones are gonna live, but that's fine. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, we can just pass this damage off. Yeah, right, like we can finish those off next turn. It's the super enemies. The I believe those are from Breiger. Oh, I guess that Gundam is sort of sitting alone by itself. Fortunately, the Autolon back there is ours. So it'll be safe this turn. Yeah, we can probably get this group gone. Okay, well, I was too distracted. Well, we had a good conversation. That was a good conversation, but we never got to do any of the planning that I wanted to. So I guess I will speculate broadly about the planning, and then next time we have an active chat, we will talk about it. I figured this would be good to do on a Monday, seeing as Monday is already sort of like a day that we have a lot of downtime because we're not talking about the story, and because we like have less mechanical things to do. Yeah, we're gonna need to block there. Okay, so here are the couple things. First, I would like to codify a schedule for post my vacation. I had originally toyed around with the idea of streaming multiple Fridays, but I don't think that's going to be an option. Or like every Friday back to back. I think I'm just too whooped. And while you might have more content from me that way, I think you're going to have worse content from me that way. Basically, all of y'all have been like, no, take a break if you need it. Like, don't burn yourself out. So I don't think that's going to be like an ask that any of you are going to refuse me. But like even in that, I do The other schedule things I want to figure out are if maybe we end up moving stream away from Mondays because we have these like buffering errors. Like, why keep playing into what I know is not a good time slot, you know? I also keep acting like I am somehow unimportant, but like, y'all keep showing up and being like, no, we like you. We're here, like, we've picked you over other people. So like, I need to start acting like I am that streamer. And not try and intentionally like shove my time slots into times to make it convenient for people to watch other people too. Like, I don't want to like take away your ability to participate in other streams. Like, that's not the point. But like, I picked my time slots specifically in mind of trying to give you all the opportunity to watch other, like, that. I did not think I was going to be most people's primary content, so if they still wanted to watch somebody else, they had the time slot to do so. But if that is like increasingly not becoming the case, I don't mind like fully reorganizing my schedule. Every day is not on the table, but there's a lot of time that is. Like, we can definitely move around this time if we want. But especially moving things off of Monday, seeing as we know we're going to have like connectivity issues, there's no reason to stay. I also kind of want to figure out what the plan is for the DLC. I have a couple of ideas. I was gonna survey the group. I was gonna survey live chat, and then for the purposes of like generating a poll that I could put up, and then have a poll for what we want to do with it that I would just keep open until I got back from my vacation. Which like I'll probably still, if without the assistance of my live chat, I will still end up putting up anyway. But like, I want to be a little bit more informed about the poll. And I know what I want to do, assuming either no one votes or we tie. But if we have options, I see no reason why I can't like make those options available, you know? But it feels worthwhile now to me to like set up expectations for the other DLCs too. At the same time, like, we can do this and we can like make this true for all the DLC. That was not much of an improvement. I don't know why I still fired on that one. Yeah. We can heal though. That's fine. Okay, so we will end up having Sabuj take that alone. That's to the left. Then we can fight the like grasshopper battleship next turn. And I guess there's not much else to say. We'll go from there. So that was one bit of organizational work we would like to do. So if you're watching this on the VOD, by the time you're watching this on the VOD, I will hopefully have a poll up if I'm even allowed to. Maybe all this is for naught. I'm not actually even allowed to make polls. I kind of recall listening to a couple of people, and they had said that they like had to get to a certain point to make a poll. I don't know if I am there. Y'all do show up like view wise, so maybe it's like by viewer count. Who knows? We'll find out. If not, I can put like a pseudo survey up somewhere in the posts. But somehow by the time you're watching this, if you're watching this in the VODs, there will be a way to engage with answering this question. If I'm particularly good at my job, I could even link it in this video so that you could be able to like go grab the thing that we're talking about right now. I figured that was going to be Gablai because he was like forward. We should try and kill him this turn if we can. Can you hit from here? You cannot. Can you hit from here? You can. That seems fine. We'll double damage also. We don't want to leave Gablai around. He can be very scary. Yeah, this works out fine because I mean I will go to point number 2 once I'm finished planning this turn. We do need some more accuracy. We could move the Gundle back up. I don't love it, but I don't hate it. Like, we'll go here. That still gives us that still gets it as close to the bottom as we can be, while giving us the extra accuracy. 86 is fine, then. Yeah. Sick. Another magnetic coating, not that good. But the plus 10 stat, I didn't see which one it was, but it doesn't matter. It's plus 10 in a stat. That'll still, someone's going to want to take that. Those slots are deeply not filled on all of our pilots. Okay, the second thing I wanted to plan around. I was really hoping Control Room Guy was here for this because he has been the one asking for it the most out of everybody. Is figuring out, like, I'm not saying we're going to, but if we were gonna do like anime or manga book club, what would that look like? I can't promise it's going to happen, but it's definitely not going to happen if we don't try and plan it. So I figured we could at least talk out the logistics of it. I'm not going to talk out the logistics here, and hypothesize about it. That is the thing I definitely want to plan live. But I can give you some broad thoughts now, so if you are watching a VOD, you can come prepared with ideas to share if you want to show up live. I mean, you can also add them in the comments too. But so my major concerns go with thusly. First, I don't want to make it a main a main project for the channel. I feel like I need to start doing less in terms of auxiliary work, because I've not worked on any of the documentation sheets in a long time, and that was the main thing I want to be doing. So I want to get back to that somehow. So I need to figure out a way to make that happen. And I think the answer is just do less of this auxiliary work. I think I have a good schedule in mind, but we just need to implement that. So making this not a major project is going to have to be how it works out. So to that point, I think how I would like to have it manifest is on a week by week basis, so that we say, here's the reading contents for this week. If you want to join in, here's what we're going to be doing. If you don't, that's okay. I guess we will just do this here. We need to try and distract, seeing as the big row is a lot lower on health than I realized it was. We'll finish up that thought in a second. Ooh, someone has joined me. Thank you for joining me. I appreciate you choosing my stream today. I hope you're having a good day. Okay, both these are on weapons, so if we do take out the weapon, we are good to go. Do you have a spare parts? You do have spare parts. Okay. Pretty much all the battleships have been equipped with them, but every once in a while we've run into a battleship that did not. Oh, no. That's a bit of a shame. Actually, no. This works out fine. We're on terrain. I kind of wanted to hold the persist so that Samouj doesn't die on enemy phase. But now that Samouj is here, he'll probably be the target, and we can just block with him instead. Should be fine. Okay. Yeah, so I don't think it can be a like dedicated we're going to have a time to sit down and talk about it. It's just going to be something that we can use to fill the space if we need something to talk about. Which means then we're going to have to be okay if we don't get to talk about it at all, or a very little, a bit, like a very small amount. But I was thinking about this, that like I say all the time that I want to watch or read all this stuff, or that I haven't done so yet, and I should. And like, I'm not changing that at any rate right now. So like maybe this channel will be a good way to get me to do that. So that's my like time-wise concern. I feel like a lot of people might expect it to be a guaranteed cover, and I don't want to set that expectation. That this would be a complement to stream, not the focus. I do worry. I worry it would be popular. It's like a weird thing to say, but I do think a lot of people would probably like that, and I don't hate the idea. I think it has a lot of merit. I just don't necessarily know if I want to turn my channel into a channel that is primarily concerned with doing that, you know? That's not at all who I thought your target was going to be. What a weird target. So that is also some, there's like some amount of conflict there for me. I think let's take the Atlas down to try and get, who are you? Costello off some terrain. Yeah, you've been hurt enough that your movement is cut by 2. That's kind of butts. Okay, so maybe we actually do stay here. Let's just hold on. Let's try and bait him instead. He has 6 range and he's got 3 range post movement. So he 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So he can attack us here. He can get here 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so there's nowhere we can be that is on terrain that is going to get him to move, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Because even here, he's still moving. So this was like the worst spot to be. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Nope. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so we could come back here. Actually, hold on. That works fine. That will bait him off of terrain in a way that I think he will probably end up being off of terrain. Then we can jump back on terrain then and like lock him into position, hopefully. Okay. That should be fine. Let's make sure we take out Kabuto this turn, and then we can worry about the rest of these after that. I think if top's out of the way, we can... No, probably not. We need to get Sayla out of the way. No, let's go here. This can pull an attack off of the Brelios also. Can we attack its weapons safely from a distance? So this is actually preferable. We'll attack with Kai. Yeah, we'll attack with Kai, pulling the weapons from the sniper. Yeah. I think we're gonna have to do the whole of its HP because it's a boss character. I don't think we can capture it. Then we were doing that because the Gunpla is going to pull the Borrelios attacks. Oh, right. I was going to try. I don't think we're going to take the weapons down beforehand. I think this is going to be necessary in taking the weapons down. We'll see if we even actually get this done. Okay, yeah. So here's my next concern. If I'm trying, so whenever I make plans for stream, I try to think about what it would feel like if I was on the other side of the stream. Seeing as like most of my experience in this space right now has been from the perspective of a viewer. I think I still have a like decent in as far as feeling like, you know, what a viewer would feel. So correct me if I'm wrong here. But if I was watching one of these streams and I was invested in plot, and I was invested in the plot of a show that I really wanted to watch, I would feel probably pretty crummy if suddenly in the middle of a stream that was like fully unrelated to this like series I wanted to participate in, read it, watch it, play it, whatever, just that plot was like spoiled for me. So if I want to be here for stream, it would feel very weird and compromising that I had to pick between getting to be in a stream that I wanted to watch versus like getting to enjoy a story. So how do we like juggle that then? Because on one hand, these games like will just fully expose the story of their original like work, which I think is fine. Like, I think we can like play to that, which is why I was maybe we shouldn't fund that. That's a shame. I forgot about the support attack off of the G fighter. So I was originally thinking, well, we can maybe solve this by just making sure the thing that we're like watching, reading, playing to book club is just going to be something that we would have seen on stream anyway. But the trouble comes that we're playing so many different things, like Alpha, W, and GC don't have necessarily the largest of overlaps between their respective pieces of media. And that works right now, but I think it is going to be prohibitively exhausting trying to plan with that caveat in mind. Like, even if it does work now, I don't think it always will. So how do we handle that in a way that is like letting people be at whatever stream they want to see, while still also giving us the opportunity to have a like book club? Oh, I sure counted that badly. That's fine. I mean, we didn't count it badly. We got him off the terrain. I just didn't think he was gonna be able to hit us from here. 1, 2, 3. Oh wait, hold on. He attacked us for 4. Oh, I just didn't clock that this was a post-range, a post-movement attack. Okay, I was just looking at these two and went, oh, it's got 1 and 1 to 3. I just thought the 1 to 6 was close. Never mind. Okay. We will heal and I will focus instead. I'd rather spend 2 focuses. We can't Valor them also. We're one SP short. If we had the cost down, we would be fine. But ooh, yikes. Oh, he even has a repair kit. Okay, no, that was really sloppy of me. That's my bad. Yeah, and I don't think we have enough movement to get back up there. Yeah, okay, that's fine. We'll deal with that in future turn. But yeah, so that is like my major concern right now, is like, how do we do that? How do we do this in a way that is like respectful both for people's like want to participate, but also like want to have the ability to like watch or read or play on their own time without like random streamer compromising the plot for them, you know? So if people have ideas on what to do with that, then that would be helpful. I don't hate the idea of people sounding off in the comments going like, you know, that doesn't bother me. That would be totally fine by me. Just understand that that will not be like the end of the conversation for hopefully what are obvious reasons. Like, you are but one person. It is helpful to hear that you don't mind that. Like, that does make it feel less bad. Like, that makes it feel more accessible. but a silent minority or a silent majority, like a silent collective of people might still be the ones that are like actually going to be the group that I'm thinking about the most. So I just don't know what to do there. We probably could have also we could have cheered here, but that's okay. Whoops. Okay, this Batshu needs to die because we've lined up even better map attack for it. I did go into this assuming we were going to kill this Batshu. And it was just going to be left over to whoever didn't take out Nay. Valor, and we can move here. We can move the Gundul down here to give it some more accuracy too. Actually, here, usually that's going to be plus 15 based on what level we are. So that's 88 right now. This should go up to 100 if it is giving plus 15, assuming that's not being modified by some other stats. No, that only gave 6. Wow, that's okay. Fine. Get trusted. And then the only other question is then just like, how do we decide what we are going to be reading or watching or I think for the sake of like trying to save me some breath, I'm going to use the term that I'm used to through academia, which is to say reading. As far as like the most quality levels of academia, not necessarily the highest. The highest levels are not best. I don't think are the best versions. But like anything you do, anytime you participate in any media, we would call that a reading. Think of it like you got to read on somebody, right? It's that kind of use of the word. So how then do we decide what piece of media we are reading? Like I don't think that's like a baffling to answer question. Just we got to decide what that's going to look like. So do we have a community poll? Are y'all just like, doesn't matter, you send, we'll follow? We throw up some suggestions into the air and wait for a passing like Mockingbird to come by and tell us what to do. There's a plurality of answers we could use to determine what we're doing. But we'll need to find a way to it's important to me to find a way to make whatever the answer is going to be very public facing and very forward. I know people like to be able to like participate and do stuff along with streamers or like the community they're a part of. So if you're looking at like, you know, your backlog and you're like, well, I want to watch L Game, Dun Cougar, or Dunbine, and I don't know which one I want to watch, but I see that like this channel has already watched we've already watched Dunbine and Dun Cougar, then and L Game is going to be like a month from now. Like that might influence how people are going to want to watch stuff. So I would like to have some amount of the future planned out for the sake of people being able to like incorporate their own their own reading schedules into things. And like we can put that in a community post that there'll be just like a collective spreadsheet everyone can look at. Yeah, I thought so. Darn, that's fine. But we would need to make that. And again, doing this with chat would be helpful for me so that I can like ramble off ideas and someone could be like writing on my behalf. So I'm not like, I can't do that and play the game at the same time. Great. Being able to send the Atlas off on its own solo missions now is like really helpful. Very, very valuable. Okay. This is going to end up being a slog, probably. We need to make sure to, like, keep things away from this thing's front as much as possible, or burn out its energy with all of these attacks if we can. Actually, yeah, before I say it, let's look at its attacks a little better to see if we can make a plan. So it has spare parts, so that's we're gonna want to probably try and take out its full body. Booster doesn't matter. Are you on terrain? You are not on terrain. That's good. It only has 2 attacks. It has both of these. Okay, so as long as we were getting attacks off, and we can drain its actions really quickly. Okay, that's fine. We'll leave Kai here for a second. We want to go at right angle so we don't get in the, like, little square grouping that it starts its map attack off with. If for whatever reason we can't get it off its map attack. Yeah, we'll do double EXP, because I don't think Mikkel is going to be the one that kills. I always feel like his name is a slur. I don't know. I don't know what's got in my head, but I'm always so hesitant to, like, actually call him by his name. This is outside the map attack range, though we are getting a worse attack, so let's go down here. What's our energy situation looking like? 159. Okay, sick. There we can. I guess we can wall here. Surely that will not kill us. Surely this will not kill us. Yeah, it doesn't actually matter what part we're attacking. We're just trying to waste energy. Here we can move up, and then we'll heal Ryu too. But so I figure we probably keep it to mecha stuff to start. If we end up, like, if we start running out of content that we all, like, want to participate in, which I doubt we will, we can look to other pieces of media. But I think for the sake of, like, branding or, like, channel consistency, we'll probably keep it to mecha things. Seeing as I also just do have this, like, massive backlog of mecha stuff that I have not done anything with, that I'm becoming increasingly more responsible for. You know, like, I probably should watch. I actually looked at the energy when I pulled that up. Okay, like, I probably should watch like L Game and Dunbine. They show up so much in these games. That won't kill us. Oh, that sure does kill us. Okay, maybe I should be mathing these some more. Okay, he now can't map attack. We are safe there. Great. If he's getting 5 energy a turn, yeah, if he's getting 5 energy a turn, it's going to take him forever to get back to the point of being able to actually land a serious attack on us. So we do still have a lot of HP bars to chunk through, but if I hadn't lost 2 of our, like, highest damage dealing units, we probably could do that next turn. But maybe this is a weird order for all of y'all, deciding, like, how you read things, but I figure we probably need to settle on what we're reading first, then we can decide how much we want to divide it up. Where I like if I'm reading a novel for a book club, if I want to be really intensive, I tend to do 40 pages of a novel. But that's also assuming I have like a 2.5 hour time period to talk about something. Whereas if I want to be, if I like know I'm only going to be cursory about it, then it's usually more like an like covering 80 pages because I'll just end up skipping it then. So it'll be helpful to we'll have to decide the pace collectively together. I know I tend to be able to get through a lot of content in a like somewhat short period of time. I am in the moment a pretty slow reader, but overall I will cover content really quickly because I'll find like little snatches in the middle of the day to get a couple pages in. So if you do want to participate, again, I can't guarantee that we're going to, but even if we don't do it immediately, having that information for future planning is still helpful. Knowing what people would expect out of like how much you think we're going to cover in a week is good to know. I think it's like deeply unreasonable to assume that we're going to do an entire season, especially if you've seen how like detail oriented I like to be. I think you should probably come expecting that I'm going to want to talk a lot, which means that we're going to have to cover less stuff. So think about all of the elements that are going to go into that. You know, how are we going to cover on the channel? What do you want to cover? How much time do you feel like you have to commit if you want to participate? But then overall, just like how do we as a community want to work around with people who and their like ability to participate in both. I'm usually the like there are no wrong answers, no wrong questions. The only answer that's wrong here is if you tell me, well, I don't think that matters. If it doesn't matter for you, great, that's helpful. But it does matter to me for like interacting with everybody else too. But I feel like y'all will probably agree. So, okay. Oh no, it's Sayla who has a fortune. Okay, I don't think. I guess we could hold it for one more turn. If we still have one, we should check if someone has. No, Tap does. Yeah, Sayla died already. Okay, we can do that. Right, let's look at his HP in a second. You can stay here. Yeah, Sayla can definitely handle that. He's not going to be a threat to anybody. Or not Sayla, Tap can. We'll definitely want the support attack. And then I guess we can burn through everybody else's SP if they haven't finished using them yet. So Cow is good. Hold on, actually, what is your name? Let me look up these characters' names. I keep referring to them as them. I should know who these people all are. This is also kind of one of the reasons why I want to do it, so I can like just have better language to describe what we're doing instead of like if I watch back all the VODs, or not all the VODs. I watch back all the VODs of the pre-recorded stuff to make sure I like don't have any like weird audio bits. But there's just a lot of here, this guy, this one, rather than like saying people's specific names. Is his name Sanai? Hold on. This is on the Voltron wiki. I guess that's true. Yeah, because Daltanius was going to be what Voltron was. Yeah, we talked about that last time. I just want like a my anime list for like voice actors or something. This is not what I was looking for. I used to use Anime News Network a lot more, but it does not feel as helpful when there's like not characters' faces with it. Oh, okay, no. This is Donji. This is Donji Haragi. I'll try and remember Donji. And the protagonist's name is Kento Tate. Kento and Danji. Nope, I don't want volume. I want to go match live. Okay. Okay, so Danji is good on. Oh no, Danji is not good on his spirits. We need to spend some more from him. Yeah. Okay. I think we can get all of these 15s in. But the prospects of doing so are exciting to me. So I am pro going ahead with this plan. The only reason I'm like trying to check expectations is if I find that coming back from my vacation, I like think about my schedule some more and go, actually, no, in fact, this is like not a good amount of like, I don't have enough time to dedicate to this. Though if it is like popular enough with all y'all, I don't hate the idea of like, if I end up finding that I am too busy with work, that I can like drop in and out. I would not be upset if it's just like a community, like if it's a channel wide deal that like each of us picks up as we go. I understand that would end up meaning that like if you're going to talk about it on stream, because that would theoretically be the purpose. That would end up being somewhat spoilery for me, but I am a big old grown up. I can deal, but we will burn that bridge when we get to it. If in fact it is a bridge that needs to get burnt. Okay. I think we're done, but no, we still need we can still like offer XP with supports. Sneezing. Okay, back. I feel like it's weird to do that, but I also like I can't think of the last time in watching someone stream that I've like ever seen them need to have like bodily function. No sneezing, no coughing. A like smaller YouTuber, I don't remember their name. I watched them like I watched like a couple of their videos, but not a lot. Also, like was commenting on the fact that, you know, it is a YouTube standard to cut out all the and of your videos, such that it sounds like you're like the people that you watch don't breathe. It's like, it's funny when you say it that way, but like, yeah, that's kind of true. The expectation is to like remove all acknowledgement of like body function. It's very weird. Or like blowing your nose. I need to so much. It's how do people not? How do people do this on stream? I'm so impressed people can control their bodies so well. Ugh, gross. Okay, sick. We might be able to get through these next two chapters. We probably won't get to see the full extent of like our new cast until the next time I would stream this, but oh, are we not done yet? Oh no. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's see. Is it Poseidon? Oh yeah, I guess this had to be true because I did say we knew we had the other objective. There's Amo. Yeah, this little yellow lemon nipple shaped thing does show up a couple of times, but we never get to keep it. Yeah, okay. So all of our loss conditions are still the same. We just need to get the Gundle into that like square, which I wish they would. Oh, we're so close. Okay, I mean we'll get as close as we can, so we can do it next turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, we'll go here, and that will be a good. Yeah, we'll finish up next turn, barring any like spare kills we get through the rest of our pilots. But we can at least force the Gondol in. Yeah, those don't matter. Okay. I still think we spent correctly how we did things, seeing as these actions don't matter that much. Yeah. Okay, yeah, and so last, I think I would also like to organize the future of streaming a little bit more. But what does that mean? What does that mean specifically? I don't hate the idea of having like a tentative future schedule for things. More so than just like we're gonna do alpha. Alpha. I said alpha again. Like we'll do a portable next, right? So like more than just doing that. Just again, so if people like want to follow along, play along, they know roughly where we're going. In case people want to like, you know, match what they're doing with the channel. Either get out ahead of it or, you know what to expect and be prepared to not be around for some streams if they want to like not see that game on the channel, you know. But part of it is for my own sake that I said before that like I don't play these games anymore on my own outside of stream. And I do think it's making my ability to assess them much worse. So it would be, how did we miss this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, you know what? Because we for sure had an Excel on last turn. We already had the Excel on. I was thinking we were going to, no. I was thinking that we did not. Well, that's a shame. That's fine. Because we could have been in line to actually get that this turn. Like that kind of stuff. Like that, like I should not be missing that. That's so sloppy. And I think it would help if I just like had more of these games to play. So if we can figure out which games are less valuable for people to see on the channel. Everyone's like, yeah, no, I don't really care about that one. Like we did sort of bugger up some time looking at Impact, that one stream. I still can't get my copy to turn on. But if, for instance, I could, I figure we'll probably end up playing Impact over its collectives. So, like, do we mark off Compact as stuff that's like, yeah, probably we don't need to do that on the channel, at least for, like, the near or nearer incoming future. Or, like, we have Alpha pretty well locking down Wednesdays and Fridays for a long while now. But like, do we commit after that to Z? Like, should I save Z for that time slot in the future too? And like, I really like planning that far in ahead. I really like planning that far ahead, even if it doesn't end up like staying true. I like having that kind of stuff to look forward to. Because I've said before, I'm definitely having a lot more fun playing these games on the channel. So, like, for me at least, it is valuable as a way to get excited. If we find that ends up not actually, like, being helpful, then totally fine. Or if I find it like sets expectations poorly for people, if they're like, well, you said you were going to 3 years ago. I don't need that. Yeah, we shall see. But in that planning, some of the stuff I want to do is get people who have played the games before to give me a rough estimate of like when I should expect the games to get hard, or like what the best way to approach these games being difficult to be. And I figured that could be a column. So like we did this with yesterday. I was like when does this get hard? And pretty much the consensus was once the like more major players of Full Metal Panic show up. Once those bosses show up, then we can expect like difficulty to increase. Right? So like just a demarcation like that, like roughly what chapter. And then we can also have a column that has units that I should expect to be like putting on the team in those games. Maybe it's a little like too organized of me, but if we said we wanted to do a lot of, I want to use new characters, but new characters aren't exclusively tied to games that premiere then. Like 0079 premieres in the very first game. But there's a lot of units from 0079 that like the first time they're showing up is in this game. Like a lot of Char's custom units of the 0079 originals are first in these games here in GC. So like trying to mark off those kind of things in anticipation of like who we theoretically want to be, or who we're theoretically going to be using when. Okay. We want who of Amu and Kiao have the better accuracy to go in the Batshu. This is 174, which I believe is better, I think we decided was better than Kiao's. 171. And you're only one level up. You're not going to get 3 points in that. So yeah, Amu gets to go in. And then we'll also give her the parts that Lassie dropped, the skill parts. Range damage. Skill for some crit. Was that skill? Yeah, that was. Okay. I know I thought she had some accuracy, but we'll give her dodge. That's fine. And then we just need someone with counter. I think let's put counter on Tate. Yeah. That feels the most pressing. Then we need to move Kiao over to the Desert. That is just better. And then whatever parts are on the Alone can go on to... Yeah, can go on to the Desert. It's nice how many part slots most of these units have. This is also kind of why I wanted to do this, right? Because this is just like... Oh, we don't need a beam code small. It can't use it. You can take everything off, though. Sure, have some boosters. That seems good to me. And... the chop ham armor probably is not the right call, but we'll put it on for now. Let's get the Batshu. We're gonna switch this to a large energy generator. And then we don't really have anybody else that's using energy a lot yet. Generics just in their way don't typically end up using a lot of energy. Okay, well. Yeah, I think I like these better. The energy chip and solar panel are better, I think, together. I know I had that graph. I've not used it in a bit. I guess I could graph it out to figure out what energy parts we want on here, but I like him having crit and I like him having extra range. Oh, this is an extra range. This is just extra hit. Never mind. Hold on. Scrap this. Hold on. Give him the extra range that we do in fact have. What was that we're looking at? Dual sensor. Does dual sensor give range in R? Is that what I'm thinking? I feel like there's something that's a sensor that gives range in R. Also, I'm definitely noticing my voice cracking. I've been talking so much recently. I feel like I'm gonna turn myself hoarse. I'm sorry. I don't know how like the auditory experience is for all of y'all, but I imagine it's probably not great as I sound like a 16-year-old going a lot. I guess, hold on, let's check what else. So there's 2 plus 10 accuracies we are missing. Those feel pretty middling right now. Okay, so I'm fine with those not being on. I think I'm happy to keep committing to the Bat Shoe more. It's doing a lot of work. Yeah, that seems fine. How much? Hold on. Let's do like a quick check of. We need 388,000 funds. These are 500 each. So that's 30, 40, 50, 58, 63. 63 times 500 is only 31,000. That's nowhere close. But we do have 31K sitting around if absolutely necessary. Go there. Okay. We are getting a scenario that is vaguely why I named today's stream this. We're going to get a lot of Gundam characters in these next 2. Half of them we can't use. Like, actually, a large portion of this upcoming cast we're not going to be able to use. Not only do we have hero units, but we also have hero characters. We're going to use a couple of them. I'm going to end up being a little sloppy this and next mission. And just not really... Well, we'll take a look at them on their own. But we're not going to put them together necessarily combinatorially. We're going to assess them combinatorially. And I can do that in the absence. We can talk about them when we get back a little bit more critically. Because it's going to be a lot of data to have to try and crunch together at once. And I'd rather just get through 2 scenarios to be able to look at all of them. Rather than, like, making half of the assessment by looking at some of the characters now and then some of them later. But, like, now that people are watching this would also be a good time to get some like calls from people about who we can use. So like obviously we can't use the Zeta Gundam or Camille. They are like the definition of a main character. I think Quattro counts towards this ban list. He is still a like main character. He's kind of a main character in Zeta, and he's definitely a main character villain in the other 2 primary things he shows up in, where the villain to me is still one of the main characters. The main characters are the protagonist and the antagonist. And I think Char definitely qualifies. I think the Hyakushiki does, too. It is still kind of a hero unit. It is still singular in its way. So I think it qualifies. The Gundam Mark II. There are 3 of them, so it's not singular, but there's only 3 of them. So I think it gets disqualified. Emma, on the other hand, I think we qualify her as a usable pilot. I think she'll be allowed. So here is an interesting predicament. Lala is not a main protagonist or a main antagonist. So I think she might be fair game. She'll probably be one of our best characters though, which is fine. She's very good. But her trouble is more this battleship. I know I posted about this in the community post, but now that we're like actually here, people's thoughts would be appreciated. So you might be wondering why we're bringing this up, because the Elmeth is singular in its universe, which is true. But in this game, it is treated like a generic. We're going to see a lot of, in later stages, we will just see tons of Elmeths. We can capture as many of these as we want. So does that count for the purposes of this game? I don't know. I don't know how good it is. This is where I'm saying more like trying to figure out how to do this better against the game that I've already played would make these calls easier, because I think it could go either way. If the Elmeth is better than good, I think it gets disqualified. If the Elmeth is worse than good, I think it does get to qualify. But I've not played this game enough times to like fully know that. The Leisner, on the other hand, definitely is a main character and is also very good. It's such a good rendition of this song. It's like ludicrously dodgy. I don't remember exactly all that VMAX does, but our flying and our space stats are S to start. It has a beam coding M, and it has a decently cheap, like, ultimate attack. And AG has, I believe, one of the best range damage stats in the game. He's just way too busted. So he's definitely not usable. I'm curious if we'll actually get a usable unit on this map, or we're going to have to play with characters that are not acceptable. I should have checked also to make sure that those gyms are not game over conditions. I don't think they are, but we are on the map Back to Earth. Well, at some point we get the Don Cougar based on this, that's fine. Maybe on like next player phase, we'll say. So we're also going to pick up. We're going to pick up a number more units that we can't use. So, despite the fact that they are iterations, we were just talking about this too. Speaking of Char's units, despite the fact that they are iterations of generics, because they are Char's custom units, we're not going to use them. There's Char's Zaku 2, Char's Zagok, and Char's Gelgoog. Those are all off the table. Leisner, AG in the Leisner is definitely out. Alan in the Blackwing. He is also a character that I feel torn on. I think I am going to opt to say no, that we aren't going to use him. He is the backpack for the Don Cougar. Because if you are using the Don Cougar and you want to play this game as if you want to make this game as easy and low stress and consistent for yourself as possible, you should be using the Don Cougar. You are going to also end up using the Blackwing. So I feel like we're not gaining anything by making an exception for him. He's definitely not singular, but he's also not good. He's a lot more similar to the Atlas, the Borrelios, and the Gunpei separately. So, yeah, I don't know. He ends up being... He himself is a little bit less divisive because we're not using his other unit, but he is functionally the same as Bakuryu-O for the Raijin-O. And we are, like, certainly... I'm going to want to use the parts of the Raijin-O, but I think the Bakuryu-O is better than the Raijin-O pieces. So I don't want to qualify him, but I feel like we're setting a precedent with Alan for the Bakuryu-O. Also, it looks like we do have to just, like, get these kills here, so let's just get this over with. And then I'll just delete all of our money after this. Or I will do my best to delete it. I'm pretty sure I got rid of it before anything we do it again. Oh, you know what? No, we don't have to delete it. We'll just spend it into somebody we aren't using. Like, we can put it onto, like, the Trider again. That's the easiest way. That stops me from having to, like, go in with an editor. Yeah, so we actually don't get that much now. We might get a little bit more depending on what y'all think. So Emma definitely qualifies. The question is really just, for right now, is just, does the Elmeth qualify as something that we are allowed to use? Specifically under the condition that for the purposes of this game thinks the Elmeth is a generic. Oh, we get normal deployments. Okay. I kind of messed this up a little bit, but that's okay. Oh, yikes. We do not get a lot of deployments here. I mean, I'm not surprised. Ground Gundam. I guess let's just call that good, not think about it too hard, and we'll worry about that later. Okay. Okay, we have our mission set up now. This is now, I believe, full conditions. So we can now go to work. You are on terrain. That's not gonna be the one we're gonna fight. Yeah, we probably should be upgrading the big road damage. Okay, so given how that worked out, I'm just gonna not worry about that little extra baby farm we got unfairly. It's not the end of the world. It's not a perfect challenge, but it's fine. I do want to get bright around to where our other units are, so we can, like, not divide our forces. And oh, you know what? Hold on. Joaquin might be a game over condition. I don't know if he counts as an allied battleship or not. He is a battleship, and he is technically blue. We'll see. If we have to restart, at least the restart here will be pretty quick. Her accuracy is actually pretty terrible. But it's a one-shot, so it doesn't matter. Nice. Yeah, that having hit in a way is so good. Amu might be... This probably was not the way to do this, but that's fine. Here, that'll keep her safe, theoretically. All right, let's see. Do we lose? Because I suspect Joaquim's going to go down this turn. If not this turn, next turn. And... Oh, did I not switch out? I did not separate out the Deltanians. I think I just used it. I did just use it in its full mode. Whoops, sorry about that. This scenario is, like, pretty scuffed, but that's fine. We'll separate it next turn. Nope, it's gone. Okay, whatever. Maybe it was related to this, but those were all the thoughts that I wanted to plan out. So, like I said before, if you have any ideas about what you'd like happening, let me know. But I just like planning things, whether they actually amount to anything or not. I just like planning stuff. So I think I'm, like, trying to extract some more fun for my own sake out of here. What I would like, actually, here, no, hold on. This is unrelated, but let me say this out loud just to, like, hold myself to it, because now there's, like, documented record of it on the internet of me saying this. How I would like my schedule to go is on all of the days that I stream, that after I stream, to fulfill the, like, quote, 40-hour work week. I probably won't actually do 40 hours because we know the 40-hour work week is unhealthy. But after stream, what I'm going to be working on are the documents to some amount. Maybe not necessarily of the game we are streaming, but just something like that. Okay, did we lose? Oh, no. Okay, good. Thank goodness. I've got no problem with Bright going to combat. We've allowed the battleships to go to combat before. Yeah, that's fine. And then on days when I'm not streaming, I will just sort of like passively chip away at sort of the like other auxiliary non like gameplay stream videos is what I would like my schedule to look like, but just as a way to prioritize getting back to documentation. Because I don't like that I don't do it as much now. I'm glad everyone's been liking the sort of like non-directly gameplay videos. I don't like. I'm certain. Like, please don't misunderstand. I'm not going to stop doing them, but that's why I'm trying to phrase it more in terms of like priority, right? That they are going to be deprioritized, but not like absent. You know. Knowing y'all, you're just going to tell me like do whatever is fun. So which is why I was saying like I'm framing this more as I have a public record of, and I can hold myself accountable to that thought now, you know? You know what would probably help with my hoarse voice is like drinking some more water. Gracious, here. Let's turn an attack on, and then I'll get something to drink. This is also why my break is the way that it is. My actual, the convention I'm going to is only Friday, Saturday, Sunday, but I'm taking more time off just to like make sure I don't like destroy my voice in and around it. Okay. Okay. I feel like I've asked this already, but if people have done a similar challenge to what I am doing, and they know another game for which this would be a fun exercise, feel free to let me know. Oh, this wasn't the thing I was thinking of before, but to go back to the thoughts about scheduling, I do want to figure out how to schedule around LTC some more too. I would like to I want to squeeze that in. Seeing as Tricky was really excited for it, we've got some people who are vocal about it. I would like to, you know, make sure they get the content that they're here for. And like I still enjoyed my time with it too, right? Like I'm not sacrificing a thing that I don't want to do. I think right now, I think at worst, it will just replace GC when we're done here. It's just that, we're on scenario... Yeah, that's fine. You're going to die to regular damage anyway. We are playing scenario 28 right now, and there are 59 scenarios, plus another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 side scenarios. So that's 30, 42. We're getting about 4 done. We'll say 3 to 4 done a stream. So that is still at like probably around 11 streams left before we're done with GC. And that's just like that's a long time to wait. Seeing as we're only doing it once a week, so that is 11 weeks. That's like, so say say we don't, at the rate we are going, we would not be returning to the LTC for 3 months. That does not feel right, I don't think. Well, that's not who we wanted to support attack. I wasn't paying attention. Great. And do we have anybody with a cheer, or did we not bring anybody that has one? No, we did. Oh, right. The Gunpa has one. The Gunpa has one. Okay. Killer. And then it's just mopping up generics. But see, like I knew we were going to do that a number of times today, which is why I was hoping we would have more people around for conversation. But that's fine. I'm used to talking to myself playing these games anyway. Yeah, and depending on how far we get. So I'm not going to do more than next scenario this stream. Just because I want to have like that whole big planning session. So if we do finish that, then I guess we can like start on some of these like charts that I was talking about. Probably best like recategorizing or like I was gonna say maybe we want to reorganize how and who qualifies here, but I feel like we've already kind of laid that out. It's just the questions, and I just like if y'all are gonna answer, y'all are gonna answer. I just have to like wait for that. I don't know. We'll figure out when we get there. We have about an hour left. I don't know how long the other stream is going to take. I suppose we could just like I could just start in on doing the figuring for those pilots then. I just know that I am prone while on stream to be more hasty about my calculations because I feel like for whatever reason I have to like keep up a pace of something. But we'll see. Oh, yikes. Okay. Maybe this will solve the problem. That this scenario just actually still has some more going on to it. The white base is in, like, the worst position. Oh, yo, we got Pooras in here. Okay. Can we grab Puru this? No. There are no conditions for Puru here. So probably what's going to happen here is we are going to get actual Puru, and we will not get Puru 2. The Cubulate, these are not mass-produced Cubulates, so these Cubulates are off the table. They are personal mobile suits. But in order to get Puru 2, Judo needs to go to combat like 2 different times, and he needs to shoot her down. So I think she's off the table for our purposes. But I believe regular Puru just needs to be in conversation. I think that's true for one of the 2 of them. And hopefully it's the first one and not the second. Hopefully it's the first character you get, not the second character you get. I have not considered whether we're going to capture the Gaza Seas, but if we are, we cannot capture the Gaza Sea MA. They are some of the most buggy units that your game's going to crash a lot if you try to get people into the mobile armor version. So just don't do it. What are objectives? Still just shoot down? Okay, that's fine. Hamon's going to be the one that's butts. The Purus are squishy enough that if we can, like, get a guaranteed attack to land, if we can, like, guarantee an attack hitting, they'll probably fall pretty quickly. And we've been able to do that pretty consistently if we, like, need to do so. It's just a matter of needing to burn, like, 3 or 4 of them. One for each of the Purus, one for Haman, and one probably for Rakandakaran. Rakarn Dakarn, maybe. Rakan. Yeah. His name feels really close to like a lock on. But we're not in double O yet. Oh. I gotta figure out like a way to like recline while streaming. My mic setup is like so janky right now. To get the mic close enough to my mouth, I have it propped up on 2 different dictionaries. So like you'll never need to like send the like de-shrimp message. I'm like always sitting like in great posture because I have to in order to like actually get close to my mic. But like at this point, I do just sort of want to like lean back and let the void of space take me as we just like crash through this we mulch through this mush of units. I'm glad that this game has a pretty diverse pool of enemies. Like there's a lot of different, like we definitely had to fight a wide variety of characters. But I don't think they make very good use of those characters. You know? Let's get the Atlas up here. This is fine. Oh, you know what? Hold on. We'll resupply the Borrelios, then we can just post-movement move back. Yeah, that seems fine. Just let them all come in. We're ending up wasting turns a little bit more, but like that clearly does not matter for what we're doing. All right, hold on. Let me resituate. This is probably gonna get loud for a second. I apologize. Okay. Maybe not. My chair was nice to me. Okay. Yeah, I've been thinking about this. As I've been trying to figure out what to play. Generally, I am burning myself out on Warframe a little bit, so I've been trying to figure out what else to do. I think I'm returning to Elden Ring in anticipation of maybe getting the DLC around Christmas time. I've not played any of the DLC yet. This is going somewhere, don't you worry. But I think if you've played a Souls-like before, odds are you probably have really strong opinions about what does and does not qualify. And I think a lot of people who make Souls-likes miss one of the very crucial elements of what makes a Dark Souls game so good, if in fact you think those games are good. But if you like those games, it is probably for a reason that I think is like very underappreciated, underexplored. Which is to say, like, enemy placement in levels. And I want to deliberately avoid using the phrase level design, because for a lot of people when you say that, that means like how the map fits together within itself. And that's not the part that I'm talking about. I'm talking about in every, like, and in any given small moment, the little, like, encounter choices you have to make. Oh, that's a shame. Okay. I guess we didn't double damage. I guess that was really sloppy of me. Oh yeah, it's Sayla who has it, and she's in the ground gun that we didn't deploy. Well, butts. What was I saying? Oh, okay, yeah. So for those who have played, let's talk about the like first Is it Undead Settlement? Is that the name of it? There's a lot of undead named places, but it's the very first area you go to in the game. For those who are uninitiated, I'll just describe it. An encounter you might be asked to deal with is you come out an alleyway and you are standing, you are looking at a like large parapet on your left and a small house on your right. The house on your right has some dudes coming out of it, some in the back throwing some like fire bombs at you, some in the front like generally speaking charging at you wielding swords. If you want to try and approach the enemies in the back to try and remove the range, then you sort of have to like wade through the front mess of enemies that are gonna like definitely gum up your ability to do so. Like the space is tight enough where like that strat is hard to execute. If you just want to fight the guys on the front, then you are going to be like firebombed from the people in the back. But there's a third sort of caveat here with the parapet, that if you are unawares of your area, you have two people with bows shooting you from behind. And then, in fact, the building that makes up the other side of the wall that you just came out of from the alley also has firebomb throwers behind you. So there's actually like 4 different things you need to plan around encountering. And which order you handle them in does change like how you're dealing with that encounter. And I feel like a lot of enemy placement in Souls games lacks the nuance that like that small little encounter I just described has. And I think the same can be true carried over to these games. I use Dark Souls as an example, not because I always want to talk about something else other than these games, but I don't feel like I have a really good example from this series of what I'm talking about with maps. I know we talk about maps a lot, but I want to try and get better at... I realize that I talk a lot in the abstract, and I want to get better about giving like specific constructive examples too. General feedback is helpful, but it's only helpful to a point. So at least I can like use a point of reference that I think probably the better part of the better percentage of the gaming community is at least going to be familiar with when thinking about difficulty. I guess actually here I don't think I've ever like voiced this specifically on the channel too, but when I am using the word difficulty, we need to make like a dictionary of like Austin phrases or like common phrases on the channel. If I am using the words difficulty, I am not talking about something being hard. I'm also not talking about something being easy. I'm talking about any of those options that, regardless of if there is a setting that modulates how you are playing a game, all of those are, to me, what I mean when I say difficulty. I bring it up because I think for a lot of people, when they hear the words difficulty, they assume like hard mode, which I get why, but like easy is still a difficulty selection. So if I'm thinking about difficulty with these games, you know, that doesn't necessarily mean that I need the game to be like backbreakingly hard. I am still interested in the difficulty of them, even if that difficulty is their like ease of play. Okay, I don't think Kai is gonna kill, or we're gonna act like he can't. Hold on, no. We can. There's no reason not to. We can do the math right now. All right, 2,800. This is melee. That's 178 to 328. So 28 cut in half is 14 plus another 50 is 64. So 1.64 times melee times 2,800. 1.64 times 2,800 is 4592 damage. Oh, times, we're gonna say 10% because it does have an S in space. Haman has 1,500 armor. She also has an S in space. Oh, she does have potential. I don't know how potential is going to scale. We'll still get an estimate of it. Hopefully that has just added the armor, but I doubt that it has already. This is 187 plus 150 divided by, hold on, I don't know how that calculator is going to take that, divided by 200 times 1,500 times 1.1 is 2,780. Is 2,780 enough to... That's actually more defense than we have attack. So let's see if we do 10 then. No, okay. So the damage formula clearly isn't exactly what I said it was. That's fine. Okay, so here we're going to do something goofy. Has a fortune. Obviously, we want a fortune here if we can. So we're going to cast a fortune, and that'll still work off of getting a support attack. And then we will just have Karen kill Haman off of the support attack, seeing as she has a bullseye and like definitely enough damage to take out the last of her HP now. To me, it strikes me as a little funny, seeing as Am's not going to actually like hit her, and we're still going to get the double money off of it. Or at least I imagine we should. I can't see why this game wouldn't do that, but I guess we can check to make sure there isn't like some weird edge case that like needs to get a hit too. Okay, so Haman is, or the Cubile is worth only 2,300. Okay, well, that's a shame. Normally the Cubile is worth a ton of money. Oh, I guess we could have double XP'd her, but that's fine. Right. Well, the extra money was still worth it. Cool. This might actually put us on pace perfectly for ending and still having a little bit of time to do some stuff. There's Alan in the Blackwing. Isn't the final Dankugar an invention for these games too? I don't think it was made for this game. I think it came into a game before it. But then they made a movie about it afterwards, same way they did like with Mazun Kaiser. I guess we never get to see this. We never get to see the battleship transform into a dragon. Oh boy, I'm getting some wicked deja vu. I've never streamed video games before. I used to make videos for Magic the Gathering, but I've never streamed video games before. And I'm getting some wicked deja vu about specifically the Gundul attacking in space. I wonder if I'm foreseeing a future scenario, because we are going to get, we'll end up seeing roughly a similar scenario in like about 10, 20 chapters. It could just be that I repeated the same map like literally hundreds of times when I was data gathering at some point, though. There's just like one particular wrinkle of my brain that's just that chapter. It just tries to fire regularly. Okay. So yeah, we have a little bit more money than we were supposed to, but that's whatever. Outside of spending on the bat shoe, because we know we want to keep upgrading it, I'm not even going to bother with any of the rest of the parts. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, that seems good. I'm not even going to bother with anything else, seeing as we're going to probably end up recalibrating that on a future scenario. Let me sell a part or two here, though. We never are going to use these. We probably have enough of these to spare. That said, I do kind of want to show off maxing out on these, that the game's just going to sell them for you, so that should be fine. Where are you, Batshu? There you are. Oh, gracious. Okay, we need, like, all of our money for that. Did I just make it worse for myself? Okay, we need 2,100 still. So we need to sell 5 more things. Okay, that should be good. I think we are ending with less money than we started there. Yeah, okay. We were ending with 4,000 before. Now we're only ending with 330. Save here. Okay. Last map for the evening. Here we are going to get... Oh, sorry. This map is Dashing Through Space. We get the Double Zeta Gundam, which we definitely can't use. We get another Gundam Mark II, which I think still... We have 2 of the 3. I guess actually, technically, I believe we have all 3 of them now. If I remember correctly, the 3rd Gundam Mark II, half gets taken apart for parts to put onto the other 2, and then the rest of it gets developed into the Zeta Gundam. They, like, use it as a base, I think. So we have all those accounted for. But Mondo is the pilot, and he's not a main character. We were also going to get Bicha, Ino, L, and Rue, all of whom I think qualify for being usable, which is going to be a lot of pilots we're going to have to compare against each other. And then we're also going to get 2 Leisner pilots that we can use. Simone and David, they're both in dolls. I'm pretty sure the dolls are generic. I guess I didn't actually check on that. I just sort of took for granted that they were. So we can double check that they are acceptable. I'm assuming they are. And Simone and David definitely are allowable. Okay, cool. Well, I'll just stand on these buildings. All right, now let's take a look at them. They are the carrots of this game. They have repair and resupply. They are definitely more dodgy, but even then, they're not that much so. They're definitely not, like, partially combat units, too. I don't, so despite the fact, I want to check to make sure, just, like, so we know what all of our options are, but I don't think they're going to be better than any of our, than our healers that fly. But maybe we'll turn them into combat units. Well, who knows? I don't, like, off the top of my head, know how their spirits stack up against everybody else. So maybe they're going to end up getting used just because their, like, spirit pool is good. But, like, you can see their combat options are pretty middling. And they're the same across both pilots. It's just that David and Simone are different. Yeah, I mean, 3 supports, like, that tracks with a support unit. The Focus and Excel are the interesting parts to me. Like I said, we kind of really want Excels pretty badly. And that's is that resupply? We'll look in a second. I don't know what that kanji is. I know we've seen it before, but I feel like they perform combat reasonably well here. I should have turned to focus on with David. I did not think about it. Yeah, that's fine. Where they're very good on enemy phase. Because we can do like what we just did and they can just heal each other. Oh no, this is a bless. Okay. Yeah, so we probably are going to end up, we'll probably end up deploying Simone just to get some more like cash on the table. Right, but like any damage they take, they can just like heal back up. So this is like a pretty safe map to start with just them. And spending on the blesses doesn't matter when it's like we're getting 400 money out of them or 800 money out of them. Yeah. But like I want more stuff like this, where this feels kind of purposeful, right? Where we're close enough to a building that we can get on it turn one. And that if we can, like we can camp here to keep us pretty safe from enemies incoming. But I would just like more of this kind of thing where we will also then have to like, we would have to then reposition over the course of the map too. Yeah, I think we're just going to keep everything where it is and then get the other two out of here. You can just repair Simone again. They also have love rather than rival, so they also have defensive supports, which means that they're getting even more dodge, I believe. But because we're not using these two, we're just not even gonna bother talking about them. I am pretty sure that this map has a lot of Leisner villains. We saw one the last map. I'm fairly confident that the like man with the iron mask, like sort of Frankenstein-esque monster, but with like the metal eye helmet deal, is a Leisner villain. I think he might be like a set of clones. He might be part of a set of clones. I think we'll see it here. Yeah, we're like here. I am happy that we're gonna like have to reposition. That's a shame. Okay. Someone gets to take the building, and then the other one's gonna be on the streets, but that'll be okay. We don't have a lot of people coming in. Unfortunately, we kind of needed to spend the focus anyway to make sure these were hitting. Okay. But I think the yellow one from before will also be in combat range. But we can then like swing up onto those like perpendicular skyscrapers that are to the left of the blue enemy next turn. Okay. I guess I also didn't check if those bosses that I said were going to be here are here. I didn't think so. I thought they had more unique units, but no, these are all police officers. I think there's isn't Leisner themed around police? Is he a police officer maybe? I don't remember. Hence why we probably should start actually doing that book club. At the rate we're going, we'll get their spirit cost reduction this map. Not actually. You are scarier. We technically also need maybe 2 rolls on you, so I'd rather get more chances at that. If we do run out here, though, we will start using the Blackwing before we use the Leisner. I just think things are going to be a little tight. I can't imagine we only get these four for the whole of the map. I feel pretty confident when we see the bosses show up, we do get the rest of the team. Yeah, that's fine. I guess this is still kind of renewable. Like the non-renewable part is the energy, or is the SP cost. But like we can resupply the energy if necessary. The trouble is that we just took 3 14% hits back to back. That even if we repair now, I don't think we have enough. Like we don't repair enough. There we go. Yeah, this thing is, I believe, one of the primary villains of Leisner. See, you can like see the visual styling of just the helmets, even that it's like the bad guy and glitzy version of the Leisner. Lucane. I remember really struggling with this map when I first played it. But I also, like, remember losing the dolls probably on turn 1 because I didn't know what I was doing. So we'll see if it holds up in difficulty now. So I don't think you stay there. You go back onto the base tile. I do think we can probably clean up the rest of this map, that area with the dolls, but Lucane's going to be a problem. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Yeah, I think we want to focus, and we don't have enough to heal, which is the trouble for sure. So I think we repair here. Yeah, that's most of the HP. And then we resupply here to make sure we have turns. The morale doesn't matter. We're still killing without it. And I guess we, like, soft start moving these two up in case we have to do this map with just these four. Because the dolls certainly, like, just the dolls can't kill Lucane, I don't think. Come on. We need to not get hit by these 14s. I think that's 4 now. Like, I understand how percentages work, but that's rough. That's hunkin' rough. Oh, okay. We definitely need to be switching to the no-cost ones when we're doing adjacent attacks. They only have a single. They only have a single weapon that has range, so that's going to have the energy costing one. That's fine. That is what I remembered. Yeah. Okay. Thank goodness. I complained enough that we were dodging 30s now. Just keep filing in. Maybe they are good combat units. They just need a little bit of investment. If we could just like tighten up that like 30% chance to get hit. Even like having an 11% chance to get hit. I guess it's not like strictly speaking out of the box. Like we are spending focuses on it. They do have it to spend those, but it's not, you know, it's not renewable. Yeah. They're good. Like it's good that it's good that you can do that. Oh, thank goodness. Okay. There's Judo and the Double Zeta. We can't use them. Yeah, this is the Double Zeta crew. They take over a lot of the units from the Zeta crew. But we'll not get to actually see them do that, really, this map. Okay. Yeah, there's it's those goobers. We'll look at them in a minute. Okay. First, let's get people out of here we can't use. And then we'll look at characters we can, which I think is actually just one as it's... No, we weren't even using the gun cannon, so never mind. We can't use any of these. This is butts. I have allowed the gun cannon in previous games, but those were in games where your starting roster would be like literal one character if you didn't, so you had to. Or not literally one, but like 3 opens with just 3 gyms, and I don't think you can beat the first scenario with just 3 gyms. I've used the Aphrodite, the white base, and the gun cannon also. But that game has a much smaller pool of non-hero units, so you just like have to make some more exceptions. Which is why I was thinking about calling this challenge. Like, I'm kind of okay with it calling it like the blue collar challenge. And I don't think the reverse of that ends up being interesting. I know for like TCG, sometimes it's interesting to go like, okay, you know, like you think the rarest cards are the best. What if you only play with rare cards? What if like none of the like good common staples are available to you? Especially like in Magic the Gathering, where you need like a resource generating. You use something that generates resources, like only be able to use like mythic rare lands. That's the highest rarity. Is a bit of an ask. Okay, so we should probably find a way to scan these. Yeah, we're not going to scan the generics. We'll just scan the bosses. We definitely want to take that pyramid if we can. I don't think we're going to get to. I think we're going to end up fighting them on buildings, like down in this part of the city. Probably roughly where the dolls were before. But they're definitely spooky. Let's go from... Yeah, okay, so knowing nothing about this, just from like visual interpretation briefly, I think this man is a doctor. He's the one we fought already before. But I think he is a scientist that has made clones of this man, whoever this is, because he looks similar to the other two. This is like the more pretty version. I think these are like experimental versions of the Lasner. They also have VMAX. Like maybe they were used to build up the villain one. But here's definitely like a more deformed version. And here is the most deformed version. Definitely all range based, like 2 to 8 range. We can. I remember not checking their ranges before and like getting caught out by that 2 to 8 a couple times. Yeah, so our priorities are probably like Monshiro, then Bond, then Gastello, then Gettai, then Lucane. I think is probably going to be like roughly speaking the order, assuming a better order doesn't present itself. He's got a propellant tank. Why do you have spare parts? That's so weird. I guess just like restock for us. Cartridge, and he's got a repair kit again. I will try to not blunder that again. Oh, you know what? We're also on the ground. I did not think about that. So we have definitely some parts here that are being wasted, giving us S in space. Right? Like these B's in the air should be. Oh no, okay, no. I forgot we kept the Minovsky crafts on the big rows. Never mind. But because most of these units are small, I think the big rows are pretty safe for this map. Oh boy. Okay, that's fine. He was on a terrain tile. There's a lot of terrain here too. So I'm not surprised we don't have the best of hits. That seems fine. We'll kind of make a bit of a gauntlet for them to file down. I guess those don't have better terrain. Roughly like that's probably fine. And we'll just let stuff come in. Yeah, if we can get to the point where we're moving most of the generics onto the street, like they're still getting 10% there. I don't think there's any tiles that don't have some plus on here. But yeah, we can probably wrap these up in like 2 or 3 turns. 2 if I want to be aggressive, 3 if I want to be safe. And I would rather be safer on this map, so we can't afford to lose anything. Especially when like a large portion of our deploy pool is being taken up by heroes we can't use. But if you were doing this, do you think the gun cannon should be banned? Assuming that it doesn't have a like singular status. To me, it does not feel good enough to necessarily warrant it. For whatever reason, in these later games, they don't make the rest of the G project match very well with the Gundam. Despite the fact that, like, for all purposes, it really should. A bullseye is probably fine. We're gonna get attacked a lot. And we were looking at a lot of 60s there. We got a lot of lucky hits. As much as I just complained about the getting hit by 17s, we landed a lot of near 50-50s. Yeah, I think that one's fine. Yeah, that's what I figured, that it's going to take an extra hit because it had terrain. Or it had better terrain. Where I think we probably have this batch sorted this turn. So maybe we do end up pushing up to meet with that group that's coming down on the left side there at the, like, what looks to me like a museum complex. This should be an improvement. No, it is literally the same. Interesting. Yeah, maybe the scale is such that the amount that you get back, the amount of accuracy you gain from being in leadership as you like change levels of it, is equivalent to changing terrain tiles, such that leadership is just like a movable instance of. Or not terrain tiles, sorry, not terrain tiles, like adjacency. And maybe it's just like a movable form of like checking adjacency a second time. That'd be really easy to remember. Like that seems like a really like easy way to, or that feels like a really easy piece of data to like long-term incorporate. Don't merge, don't merge, don't merge. Having a lot of repairers for these maps does feel like pretty easy mode. Yeah, I don't know if we should try to like reduce the number of supports that I get in future iterations of these, because they definitely, being able, like, knowing how to stall in these games and then having supports to like make use out of those stalls definitely sort of defangs this challenge a little bit. I think it was necessary early game to survive, but at this point maybe we do end up putting the dolls on the team just because we can like basically repair ourselves all during player phase and then just like turn this in, like guaranteedly turn this into an enemy phase game and just counter kill everything. I could foresee that being, if not the strat, a viable strat. I'm hoping that the bosses do not move this turn. I want the bosses to move next turn. I think we can probably deal with them if that's the case. Where I think we're going to feel a little squeezed if we have to deal with them this turn. Okay, yikes. Oh boy, actually, we super are. Okay, that's fine. We may as well try. Get some free damage in. Or not. Okay. Oh boy. So what if we just let these all die on enemy phase, and we just dedicate the big rows to attacking bosses? Right, like come up 1, 2, 3, come up here. Do like that. I think let's start there. And you know what, Kai? Have a Valor too. Let's start here by clearing these. So we were going to like probably do this in fully the opposite order of what I said. That was halvesies. Or not exactly, but here. But with the rivalry bonus, we should be good to go. We can come here first. Yeah. I think I like this plan. Have Sanders chip one of the others to make them ready for the like bottom squad, like go there. And then Michal has 2 rivalries here, which just feels way more likely to be lethal. Ooh, yikes. Okay. How much worse is your melee, boy? 162. 170. Enough, I guess. Oh, you know what? No. It's the B in air I forgot about. So we were down like 20% damage. Okay, that makes sense. We will need to make up for that some other way. You don't have a snipe by chance? No, you do not. Okay, that's probably a safe attack. It's just not a consistent attack. This is 57. This is 65. This works out well. That clears something and gives us a little more accuracy. 65. Okay, so we gain 9 accuracy from that. That seems fine. Okay, cool. I wish you had a wall. If you got wall, I would be so delighted. Really save us a lot of trouble. We'll persist and focus. Is the guard... Oh, the little, like, median topiary section is also extra terrain. So that's probably fine. Yeah. Seems good. We can come here. I was really hoping we could get to Gettai. This could be a viable punch. You are slightly less dodgy, but also not damaged. And oh no, we have accuracy. We don't have dodge on Danji. I think was his name Danji? Danji? It's just that I don't think that's gonna kill is the issue. So I guess we can use Amu for that, because she could hit. Yeah, like she can hit here. accuracy is atrocious, but yeah, I mean, that's fine. We could have used one of the G fighters. I don't know why I can't think of G fighter. If we needed to. He drops a very good skill. I didn't remember that, but he drops a very good skill. That was SP cost down 50%, or not 50%, down 10%. Yikes. Okay, we have plenty of healers. It'll be fine. Okay. We've not really made a lot of good use out of Sail. I have definitely misplayed her a lot. Oh, but that wasn't Sail in there anyway. She starts in there, but that was Ryu. That was Ryu. Okay. I don't mind giving some more kills to these dolls. They're doing decent. Definitely keep them on love support, like life support, but your IV's full of just like grossly cute texts you've sent to your ex in high school. The doctor's just your partner and walks by every 2 hours and just like gives you a peck on the forehead. Yeah, okay, this is working out fine, right? Like, these three are, if not actually dead, close enough to the point where we're not gonna think about them. Yeah, like, I figured that one probably wouldn't be because it's in the forest. But they are hammering on the controls, though. Our accuracy is pretty atrocious. Just because they are small. Yeah, okay. You know what? If Liu Kang moves... Actually, it's probably for the best, so he doesn't have that plus 30 tile. Not that he's flying it. He wouldn't get at it. I don't think it had any restorative properties, but I could be wrong. But, like, that's in position for us to definitely take it this turn. And, yeah, that worked out exactly how we wanted it to. Good gracious, that's so much damage, though. I don't know if we can kill him this turn, is the trouble. He does have a repair kit, so we're going to need to be careful. We do also have to kill everything, so that makes it a little bit more of an ask. I think letting Bright take any one of these generics is probably a safe bet. Yeah. Yeah, I think let's clear everything other than Liu Kang this turn. Leave him one turn to... Like... Leave him one turn to get chipped by... leave him one turn to get chipped by enemy phase. And then we can set in on him. Right, that's not helping our case. Great. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we'll spend a spirit on that. That's fine. I know I just tossed all my spare parts, but it would be nice if we had them on here. I don't think it's going to be a long-term problem for the Big Rose, though. I don't recall there being that many small units. I think they typically is medium. We also are going to have not nearly the same level of difficulty as we are here if we are having trouble. Because we will, like, have a full squad next time, where we only have half, right? We technically have 17 units, but not really. I do worry that we've maybe invalidated this challenge a little bit by continuing to use the Daltanius even in pieces, because the pieces are very good, but then again, it's just because it's gotten its upgrades. What did you get? Oh, Spirit. That's good. I don't know how much we would get it used, but I think it feels good to have. It feels like a good option. Though we don't really have any thresholds for attacks we were trying to reach, so maybe I'm just wrong. Okay. What did you get? Guts. Okay. Probably not going to get used very much, but that's fine. You know what? We have some flashes. We may as well try. Yeah, but him having counter is probably the largest annoyance. We're fine. Fine. See, fine. Totally fine. There was something in my head, tapping at the back of my mind, like, he's got a map attack, he's got a map attack, check the map attack. And I was like, nah, I know what dude does. What are you talking about? We can probably take him off of energy this turn, though, as long as we're attacking in close range to get the VMAX off. One of you has a bullseye. Yes, Sanders does. Okay. He's at full health, so I doubt we are going to get combo to death. Let's get Amu some extra accuracy here. How many supports do you have? Oh, 3? Sick. Okay. For what it's worth, here's a bullseye. We want this to save VMAX. That's going to take up the most of his energy. Yeah, sick. I do really like in these games when you can like find ways to strat and cut enemies off their attacks. That does feel good. Okay, maybe Amu is not the person who should be in the bat shoe because she's whiffed so many attacks. Maybe we should give it to Kiao because he has a focus. Okay. There's some damage. Also, did he regen? Does VMAX regen you some? Maybe. Okay, 71 left, so 2 more attacks. And we are good. And by good, I mean have no fear of being hit. Yeah, I don't remember how much or what VMAX does. So technically VMAX R. Excuse me. I apologize. But if it restores energy and it restores enough to get a map attack, we are we might be this might be our reset. Also, I know I'm covering terrain tiles that my like grounded units can probably use, but I think these are the same as buildings. Yeah, it's fine. I guess being here is going to be the same because we can't use that attack for anything that's in the air. Yeah, no, we've got this if we can get the gunpla to land. Oh, well, okay, because it wasn't flying, so that's fine. Yeah, that seems... We're just trying to queue the gunpla up. Though we should have given it bullseye. Okay, no, we're good. We're good. XP yourself. Here's where this would have been good to say with Simone, but it's fine. I'm not salty. Okay. Yeah, so now we're just doing a little farming. Not you. Definitely not restoring you. Well, I guess energy doesn't matter over here because we can't actually get to them. You are 36. Yeah, I guess just resupplying Simone is probably our best bet. And then having David going to heal somebody. No, just resupplying David's probably also correct. Yeah, I guess that's the other thing, is that they're starting, like, with some level advantage. Which definitely incentivizes me to use them a little bit more. Okay. I guess let's turn this on. And that puts us... Oh, we got like 10 minutes left. That's like almost perfect timing. We'll see what I've gathered for the Gundam crew. Yeah, I guess we'll start comparing Gundam pilots after this. I'm also just assuming this is the end of the scenario. Maybe it's not. Maybe we get a like Hamon's surprise show up, but I'm pretty sure this is it. Yeah. Cool. That went not too bad. That went not too bad. That definitely felt like some more pressure though. Like that felt good. I would like that some more. Like I definitely felt like I needed to keep in mind Liu Kang. Where I feel like we were probably gonna start losing. He was gonna probably start chopping through a number of our pilots pretty quickly there. And we used our spirits too. Like there were enough reasons that we had to spend spirits that it did not feel like we were being denied usability, but we were like right. It felt like we were a lot more down to the wire than we had been in a while. But I need to like set up perfectly, though. We do sort of have a lot of things very centrally located. The like rolling ball of death strat is so good for most early games before we get to like before the S of SRW stands for skill. And this game especially, because it combines support attack and support defense into just support, a lot of characters that may have otherwise only had support defense now just are blessed with extra attacks. So I do remember at the end of the game where basically everyone was like firing off little fires next to so many other pilots, and then basically everyone was always getting a support attack, save but for your last character. You do get a lot of extra combat in. Okay, sick. We're still upgrading the Bat Shoe, so we're going to do that first, regardless. I don't know what we're going to make its custom bonus, though. That works out really well. Cool, okay. I don't know we're going to make its custom bonus, whether we have a way to increase accuracy, or we drop energy costs, or we improve its damage. We'll see. We'll see when we get there. Okay. Let me pull up what limited documentation I have for this game. Because it's not just what spirits they have now, it's what spirits they're going to get later. Okay. Like I said, I know I filled some of them in, but and like I'm gonna want to toss these into a spreadsheet just to like compare stats across all of them. Okay, I have like the last 6 levels for Rue. That's not helpful. Oh, this was also like long before I had the like normal format set up. Okay. So I don't think this is actually going to be helpful for us. That's a shame. We're going to have to compare like directly across them. So unsurprisingly, Rue is sort of like a secondary character. So she's probably going to have some pretty pushed stats. I'm not surprised by that. She also has a new type, which is definitely going to help compared to a lot of our other Gundam pilots before. So I feel like Rue is probably in, regardless of what we do. It's just a matter of what we're going to put her in. Actually, you know what? Hold on. Let's do this now. Let's knock out pilots. Yeah, let's start knocking out pilots. You can take Chris out. You can take Amuro out. Slager's fine. Takes Shiro out. He's probably not gonna get forced deployed anymore. Okay, and then don't you? Oh, you have. What was he in? Oh, he was in the G Fighter. Okay, sorry, I like froze there. I just something was missing, but we're good. We're good. These two switch between the dolls. Yeah, and we don't have. I guess take Daba out of here. We're gonna switch Kiao in to the Batshu. Okay. So I wish there was. That's why I feel like I'm going to need to make a spreadsheet for, because I want to just be able to compare all of them against each other, rather than needing to like scroll through like these guys in the middle. I think at this point we can pretty comfortably say that Ryu is out. So let's just do that now. Try to reduce the number of bits of information. So let's knock you out. Short of some like really impressive stats, I guess he has 207 range, but he also has, I can't award him too much because he also has the range skill badge, where a lot of these other pilots are not going to have it yet. Like Rue doesn't have it. I don't remember how much it gives. Is it plus 10? So like they do have an advantage by having it already, but I don't want to give them extra credit and like not assess that they have it. I want to make sure I'm assessing them against whether or not they do have it. And it's not nothing. It's not a lack of. There is some amount of cost to getting one, but it's not the most extreme cost. Okay, Beach is interesting. He has a lot of spirits that we want. He's lacking focus, but also all of them other than Bless are really expensive. But Fortune. But his Fortune is only 25. That's really cheap. He also has new type level 5 to start. We'll probably end up putting Beach into. I think we kind of have to use Mondo. He like so seldomly as a pilot. Like, yeah, like these two we're probably going to put in just for the sake of not getting to use them a lot. I know having Faith at 30, I don't remember how expensive Faith is generally in this game, but that's pretty sick. Mondo's probably also an easy shoe-in because we can like, I think characters with scan are probably going to be good in this mode. And that can drop his gain from 15 to, what, 13 pretty easily. It's not a big difference, but it is a difference. Like, I like Mikkel, but do we take him out? I think we might. The stats just are not there. Yeah, the stats just aren't there. Like, do we keep Slager? This is why it's hard to say. Like, right now, the things we care about on him are just focus and valor. His charge or wall, I think that's, I don't remember which. But we're not using his other two spirits at all. And he also doesn't have new type. Lala is surely in. And we probably want to put her on one of the, like, better ranged weapons. So, like, we can switch her in to the GM Sniper in place of, I think that's what Slager's on right now. I think Karen's going to stay just because she's not usually in a lot of games. She's been sort of like one of our best aces for a while, just like for the longevity of it. But her spirits are also generally pretty good. Like, having Bullseye is definitely a boon as we're getting into later game, where we're seeing a lot more pilots that we need to like guarantee hits on. Same with Emma. Her Valor is really expensive, but we probably aren't going to cast that. She doesn't have a new type, though. She does have a mobile point of leadership, but if we're already in a ball anyway, that probably doesn't matter. I could foresee us dropping the Dragonar pilots for these upcoming scenarios. That we just don't have room, and they are doing probably the least work. So, like, tentatively 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're probably going to cut both of these two also. Yeah. So let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These are part of the count, but don't take up spots, so we aren't grinding those. 10. 11, 12, 13. I guess 14. 15. 16, 17. Yeah, we're like bumping up against the unit cap. So I at least want to have some people organized to be able to make cuts if we see we need them. Also, at the risk of just having this be immediately undone by being force deployed, we can swap AG into a doll and then have one of them swap back out and then bump him out to get him off a battle, off of a unit. Like here, same with here. You go in this drow, and then if we decide that we're not going to use the Dragonar pilots for a minute, actually let's do that. Let's just hard commit to that now. We'll switch this into Kane because it's going to be so far out of the range of like, it's going to be so far away from in the list of characters we're going to use. It'll be easy to keep it out of accidentally deploying it. Karen Keeper parts. I think we're going to take the parts. Actually, no, hold on, no. We're going to take everyone's parts off now, because even if they end up being in the same spot, I have the VODs to look at, and I can just reset from there. But I want to take everything off to make sure we're giving our whole new team the like fairest shake at best deployment possible. So I guess let's do that now. Yeah, and then I guess we'll start doing wrap-ups as I'm like cleaning up all of this. It's going to be a minute until you see this again on the channel, because I'm going to be away. My like away time will cut into like next Monday also. So it'll be 2 weeks until we stream this again, which is probably fine if I'm doing all of these. Like, this will give me plenty of time to figure things out. If you are feeling so inclined to help for whatever reason, there is a bit of assistance that I would appreciate that I could do on my own, but that would make things helpful if you've played this game before. If you look at the beginning of my documentation for R, you can see an example of this if you want it, what it's going to look like in specific. But just knowing which maps are space and not space would save me a lot of trouble parts-wise. I will try and do it. Like, I'm obviously not asking you to. I'm never going to ask any of my viewers to have to do anything. But having a list, nothing else other than like, I'll pull it up in a second. Like space yes or no, circle for yes, X for no, to tell me which maps we're gonna need to like check for space terrain on, would definitely help with part customization. But that's definitely, could I have the window, please? Thank you. That feels like something I could probably figure out decently well on my own, especially because we're like less concerned about like spoiling upcoming chapters. But Super Robot Wars are doesn't, I guess I haven't opened it on here before, so it doesn't see it. And it opened the GC one because the last time GC was like one of the first, this is the second documents I made, and I was still doing it on Chrome when I was making them. Okay, this is probably easier to go through the master drive first. Are finished. And scenario maps. Okay, let's pop this here. I don't think there's anything compromising there. Y'all aren't weirdos, it's fine. Here, space. So I just went like scenario 1. Space terrain, no. 2B, yes, like you can see this list. Something like that. I will make it probably, if I lacking any input, I will probably make one of those anyway, just to like keep us a little bit more organized. But if you want to do something, that would be a useful piece of information. It feels weird to like ask people to do stuff or like suggest people to do stuff, but I like need to learn that this is a community and that y'all probably do want to do some things. What else? Yeah, so outside of that, I will I'll make a spreadsheet so I can even like pull the spreadsheet up next stream so we can talk through that. Think about all the questions I was asking. You've got time to answer. Like I said, at the top of the stream, but just to like be deliberate with it all together now. Any of the questions that I ask, like the large scale organization questions, I promise I will not absolutely settle on a schedule for those until I get back from my vacation. I have in my mind what I want to do, and I might like change that around a little bit, but if you have input, definitely provide it before then. I guess I'll have the community post up asking about how we want to do why DLC scheduling. So toss them down there if you have thoughts. If you have them after I get back from my vacation, feel free to share them then too. But just be prepared that they might be a little too late to incorporate. Anything else? I think that is it. Yeah, so we'll talk about like the future. I know I've said it a couple times, but I just don't want people to be disappointed if they show up and there's no stream around. So this will be the last stream for a while. Wednesday, alpha is still getting uploaded. Friday, because I'm not streaming that Friday, there will be an alpha upload. And then I'm not streaming that Thursday or Friday, that Sunday or Monday. I expect to see 3 different things from this channel in addition to the alpha on Friday over the course of when I am gone. So that's Sunday and Monday, I'm still off. Wednesday the 26th, so the day before Thanksgiving, expect another alpha episode. And then as of right now, part of my time away will be doing Thanksgiving with my family. So I believe I should be good for the 27th. I believe we should be back to streaming on the 27th. I will be more transparent about that once I get to my vacation. If I like find out even in the middle of that, you can expect a post from me. But if you need an excuse, if you do not have a healthy relationship with your family, and it's not your fault that you don't have a healthy relationship with your family, and you need an excuse, please feel free to hang out in my chat. I do want to try and make that space available. I don't see any reason why we wouldn't be able to, but that's like, call that an 85% day. And then regardless of what the schedule should have been, the 28th we will be streaming on Friday, and from there we'll pick up the every other schedule, and that'll be back to Fantasy Maiden Wars. So that's what the future looks like for now. Thank you everyone so much for being here. I really appreciate it. Like I said at the top of the show, I'm delighted to see that this table is growing. I'm glad you've all signed on to be archivists with me. It's very rewarding seeing that we have a large team. I hope you all are having a good time. I know I certainly am. I think probably sometimes I come off a little complaining because I like being critical, but like we were talking about with Genki earlier, you know, I am really thoroughly enjoying myself. Please make no mistake if I sound too grumpy. Like, this is an absolute blast. I probably have not had this much fun playing games in a while, or like working on like a really big project. But if you have any questions for me, as always, let me know. Those will probably also end up getting, you know, pushed back a little bit because of the vacation, but I will definitely still be reading comments and things while I'm away. The kind words and support are certainly not missed. I'll make sure that's clear. I'm humbled daily. But that will do things for me. Thank you everyone so much for watching. If I don't catch you in whenever I will see you on stream, maybe I'll past me. We'll hear from you in the VODs. But other than that, enjoy the rest of your evening. Make meaning out of the rest of your day, and I will see you later. Goodbye.